Testing on the mic. How is everybody here today? How we doing? Who is excited for OQs? Citadel Gaming, Oakland University. Carrie in chat, Maddie in chat, you guys are good. That's good. It's gonna be a good day, good games. Hopefully we'll get 4 to 6 really good ones today. Zero hours of sleep is not good. That is unfortunate. But it's worth it. It's worth it to watch Citadel win today. 100%. Definitely worth it. All right. Let's pull this up here. Let's pull up the bracket. Let's talk about the bracket a little bit. Can you guys see that? Does it look good? Legible? If it's too small, I can zoom in. There's a lot of games to talk about. A lot of fun ones here today. A lot of great streams out there as well. If I have time, if I have a second, I might be able to link the stream repository for you guys to have on alongside this with all the other co-streamers. But we are right here, A13. Citadel and Oakland. If Citadel ends up winning, we will be covering B7 as well today after, which will be Citadel and Oakland versus the winner of Friendly Fellas and Akuma. I'm excited for that. Do you guys have any games you're specifically excited for? Like which, outside of the Citadel one, obviously, because that one's pretty goated. But any fun matchups you guys are interested in round 1 that I can talk about? Because we will have plenty of time to talk about the Citadel series. I'm pretty partial to Near Report versus the Legends. That one's gonna be a bit of a banger. I'm excited for that one. I think that's probably the funniest one to me. That's a team full of former LCS champions taking on a plat and silver players, which is definitely probably the funniest one. Need to look at the rosters. Well, I've got the rosters up here too. We can look at the rosters. Shout out Quest for his spreadsheet. Any teams from Indiana? I'm sure there are. I don't know exactly. I unfortunately can't pinpoint exactly where everybody's from. But specifically for Oakland today, couple of good things to take away in terms of the preview. I think there are definitely quite a lot of advantages, obviously, that Citadel have, but Oakland's an interesting team. I think it's going to be a fun series. I'm excited to see how Shaggy does in support. If they are, those are the teams you'll support. Yeah, shout out the Indiana teams. But yeah, I think they're a lot of fun games. I'm really interested to see what happens between Fellas and Akuma. Obviously, that ends up mattering a lot later for today for Citadel. And we'll be covering all the Citadel games on this channel. All right, I got the pop-up. I gotta go back to the starting soon screen. No leaks. No leaks. see here. All right, my client bugged out. I gotta relaunch. Sorry, guys. Shout out the Riot client. It always works exactly as intended. All right. Okay, I got some issues going on in the client. We'll see if we can resolve those. Let me check here. Yeah. Sorry for the technical issues. This is just a little bit strange. Client is not broken, embossing say. No, it is not. The client would never break. Yeah, if they run it, hopefully I am in it. I guess I can show you guys what I see. It's that. So, hopefully it's good. Yeah. If you guys check stream, that's what client looks like. Shout out Jordan. How you doing? Welcome. Or I can't type from this setup. I'll go back to the starting soon screen. We'll fix this. We'll fix this. We'll fix this. We'll fix this. I can't leave it either. All right, well. Third time's the charm. Third time's the charm. Oh, how loud is the keyboard? Is that an issue for you guys? I won't be typing much in the stream, so it shouldn't be fine. But hopefully it's not like obtrusive. Also, shout out YouTube chat. Thomas, how are you doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Let me get the... All right. It finally worked. We're in. We're in. Success. Success. Yeah, shout out Roku for not having a Twitch app. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Bugged client plus typing ASMR infinitely better than watching Fnatic and losing hair. I couldn't imagine being a Fnatic fan. Honestly, shout out Oatmeal for being a Fnatic fan at all. For surviving the past couple of years. Yeah, we are good. There and there. All right. We ready? All right, we're in draft. Let's kick it over. Let's kick it over. Tournament draft, ban phase time. This is game number 1. Citadel versus Oakland University. Citadel's first game in the NACL OQs. We got a Thresh first ban here. We'll see if that priority on playmaking hook supports keeps up. Kalista, pretty standard first ban in this meta. Wukong ban comes out. Makes a lot of sense. Are we sure Philip didn't misclick the ban? There's no promises. No guarantees. No guarantees of anything. Alright, so Thresh, Wukong, Ashe, and then Kalista and Elise on red side. A lot of these make sense. Wukong is a very easy playmaker, especially if you want to go for combo lanes mid-jungle. Ashe just gives you a ton of versatility. Thresh obviously is a comfort pick for a lot of supports. Kalista, one of the strongest champs in the game. Elise, something that a lot of people are very scared of. Support right now can really take over if it wins early. Varus, another very consistent AD carry to take off the board. Blue Side 1 has been very influential around the world over the course of this year so far. It's going to be the Lee Sin. First pick on Blue Side. For Armeo. Presumably for Armeo. We just saw Lee Sin mid. Where was it? LPL? Or no, it was Jackie's. It was Jackie's in the LEC. Bradley Sin. Lee Sin top. Lee Sin support. Lee Sin AD carry. Instinct Lee Sin. Philip special. Hey, don't give the leaks. Don't give the leaks. Pantheon as the R1. Another pick that we're seeing a lot of, basically everywhere across the world. Both support and jungle viable. You could probably play it top. Pantheon Galio, Global City, Global Ultimates. Definitely a fun start to the draft here. I will turn the lo-fi off when we get into game. It doesn't feel like game music. We will have game audio, I promise. But the lo-fi will work for now. Lee Sin, Ezreal, the first 2 picks here for Citadel. Definitely opens the board for a lot of other things. Lo-fi beats to ban too. Shout out. Get rid of Wukong. Oh, and it is the Sejuani lock-in. No lies were told in chat. No lies at all were told in chat. That is intriguing. It will be the Kai'Sa coming out to finish off the first half of the draft for Oakland as well. So lots of protection and globals surrounding the Kai'Sa on red side. It definitely feels like they're going to want to play through bot lane in this game. And then for Citadel, they are certainly calling their shots early. Lee Sin top lane potentially. Lee Sin could be mid lane. We don't know entirely just yet. We got the Yone taken off the board on the red side. Got the Alistair, a priority ban. Would fit really well with the Kai'Sa. A lot of setup here. But right now they've got a lot of protection. They got a lot of ways to keep that Kai'Sa safe. We'll see if that ends up being something that they want to invest more into or if they feel like they have enough of that. Some early game prio might be necessary in order to at least quell some of the danger that Lee Sin Sejuani could pose. It's going to be the Poppy as that final ban for Oakland. I think yeah, Rel makes a lot of sense. I was thinking it's got to be another one of these high playmaker supports, something like a Rel or a Rakan, probably as that final ban for Citadel. We'll see what ends up happening here. I think something like a Rakan on R4 could make a lot of sense to play out the rest of this draft, but we'll see. Could also pick mid here. A lot of mid champions with Prio here. Leona is going to pair really well, I think, with a lot of the aggressive options for Citadel. Excited to see where that ends up going. In the early game at the very least. It is just mid lane to pick, and we get the Cassiopeia lock-in. This is definitely a Bradley pick. Bradley's always been very good at this champ. I'm interested to see what your answer to Cass is. Cass typically not what I would consider to be the safest mid laner. Bradley obviously trusts his matchup. Oh, he's into Galio. What am I doing? I'm actually trolling. My bad. Why did no one stop me? It's Galio top lane. It's going to be the set as the R5 as the answer on the top side. Very interesting draft here from both of these teams. I think you can look at multiple avenues and see a lot of the strengths and weaknesses. Here, let me set this up really quick. Sorry, I'm closing some stuff out here. All right, and we are on a 3-minute spectator delay, so we will be sitting here for a second. Sorry, I'll talk about the draft in just a moment. I just got to set things up. Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. All right, yeah, so we are on spectator delay. The clicking is perfect volume. Thank you. Thank God. That would be a nightmare for you guys if it wasn't. I think when you're looking at these drafts, the number one thing that points out to me, I think you have a lot of ways to win the game late if you're Citadel, if you're blue side here. I think Cassio is obviously going to be a big problem, and Cassio plus Sejuani and Leona plus an Ezreal, right? The Ezreal's going to do a ton of damage. That's going to be very difficult to out-team fight in the late game. I also think you probably have more consistent forms of engage on this team. Again, like Sedge, Leona, you have a lot of ways to get in. It'll be interesting to see. Here to support Instinct. Hey, man. Lee Sin Philip, that doesn't excite you, Zav? Come on. That's crazy. But, obviously, you have a couple different options if you're Oakland in this game. I think when you're looking at win conditions for them, you're looking at, I mean, you could split this game if you really wanted to play the map. That's definitely an option. You have so much dive. Galio Pantheon Ultimate on top of a Rakan and Kai'Sa engage is going to be difficult. You can, play Protect around Kai'Sa in the back half of the game. I think for them, and generally for a lot of I guess both of these teams, really, throughout the entire game, we're probably going to be looking at the mid game. These skirmishes are going to be ginormous towards whether or not these teams end up succeeding. I think if you're looking at Otacon fight of Void Grubs, dragons, those neutral objectives, they've proven to be so influential, basically every region across the world. I don't see any reason to assume that, especially with these drafts, that's not going to be super influential. That's why you pick something like Pantheon. That's why you pick something like Galio as well, just because of the amount of combat power they have there. So, win condition for Oakland is Philip PC catching on fire. I don't know, man. If his play is that good that the PC's catching on fire, then maybe we just let him cook. But yeah, I think both teams have win conditions here. I wouldn't say that one team has like a strict inherent advantage over the other. All right, we're loading in. Let's grab that. Let's grab that lo-fi off. Give me 1 second. Should be there. Okay. And we are in game. We have done it. Okay. We are in game number 1. Get hyped in the chat for game 1 here of the NACL OQs round number 1. We got some level 1 action. Trevor and Instinct sitting around the middle of the map. Shaggy could potentially be in a little bit of a sticky situation here. We actually have a pause. We have a pause. Early pause. Zabby took down Oakland last week. Your turn. We will see how this goes. Sources say Philip spilt tea on his keyboard. Absolutely brutal. Pulls a Svenskeren. Someone get him a sippy cup. We need to avoid the mistakes early on in the games. Let's go. Also, shout out YouTube chat. Ryu, how are you doing? Get in the ShamWow. That's true. Did his PC almost catch on fire? Did we get a legitimate PC catch on fire moment? Hopefully we can get this T mishap handled as quickly as possible to get back into this action. But yeah, yeah, it's the Lee Sin pick. He put on the blindfold for real and tried to drink. Mid-mic issues. Okay. So early in the game here, I think both teams are gonna be a little bit nervous. At least I would be if I was both of these teams. I think that there is a real shot that either team can really just scale this out of control. Are we good here? Right, client? Are we paused? I can't tell. All right. We are back. Shout out Riot. Pretty traditional setups here. Both junglers starting where you would expect. It'll be a red side start for both. A little bit of trading going on in the mid lane, but nothing too extreme. Nothing too bad. Is the game volume too low? Can you even hear the game at all? I can always turn game volume up. It kind of seems like it's too low to me. We can probably bump that up a little bit. Probably sit somewhere around here. Is that better? We have more game audio. Perfect. Oh, we got a trade on the top side. That Lee Sin. Oh, we got a full engage here. Trevor going to be going in on Shaggy. Ignite's going to be dropped on both sides. Trevor getting low. The cleanse is going to be used. And it's going to be first blood going over to Oakland. Instinct going to be looking to pull one back, but it's taken him quite a while. He's dropping very low. It's going to be a 2-for-1 on the top side, or on the bot side here in favor of Oakland. A big start for the bot lane. Definitely not what you were looking for if you are Citadel, although it's definitely not the worst thing in the world. Getting a kill onto Ezreal is still an okay spot. That second kill going on to Rakan. It is, at the end of the day, 1 kill for 1 kill, an assist up for the Kaisa, but a lot of action already happening early on in this game. We already saw some trades on the top side between this Lee Sin, between this set. I'm really interested to see what happens in terms of the pathing in this early game. We can see, you know, Sejuani pathing to the top side is going to be wanting to play more for that Lee Sin lane. And with all of this chaos that's already happening down on the bot side, Pantheon being there might add an extra wrinkle. Certainly something to keep in mind. Just a couple of trades going on. Nothing too extreme, but that is definitely a big play for Oakland to make early. I think they need to go into the mid game with some sort of gold lead. They need to be able to fight over these objectives with their comp in order to execute it in the way that they want. ideally for them in the back half of this game, at least for me, you're probably playing towards side lanes. You're probably up 3k gold and just hoping that you can play for that. Oh, Philip's gonna go in, but he's going to get completely juked out by the set and the shield. It's gonna be a solo kill on the top side, and it's 3-1 in favor of Oakland. A brutal start for Citadel. Not the worst thing in the world. Again, not to give too many excuses, but it's still very early on into this game. It's a tough lane matchup. Ignite was burned on the set, which is an important factor in that 1v1 moving forward. And of course, no Ignites in the bot lane either. So definitely still a lot to play for. Citadel looking for a play mid. Hensat playing very, we'll just say safe. We'll say respectful. Good arcane shift there coming in from Instinct. The dodge on the Kai'Sa W. Not going to find anything here. Definitely a bit of a brutal start for Citadel, but long game. 4 minutes in, I'm certainly not willing to call it over. Oh, we got the Leona going in here. Knockup coming out. We've got a full engage. Instinct is taking the brunt of the damage coming in from the Kai'Sa. He's going to have to flash out, but Trevor is still in there. Shaggy is getting dangerously low. Does the Leona have enough damage? She does not. It's going to be a disengage. Armeo is here. Armeo hovering. Looking here in the bot lane. Are we going to see the Sejuani be able to get involved in time? It doesn't look like Trevor is going to be able to get there to stun them up. Armeo is going to be trapping the bush, and he is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Shaggy. It's going to be a solo kill, but still a massive gold swing in favor of Citadel. They needed a play like that, a great trade on the bot side and a great path down, and it looks like they are going to go for the dive here on the Kai'Sa. There should be no way for this Kai'Sa to be able to get out of it. The stun lands, the damage comes through, and Instinct is going to pick up the kill, and all of a sudden that bot lane that was looking good for Oakland seems to be moving out. This top lane matchup not looking great for Philip, but bot lane definitely evening out the gold lead in favor of Citadel. Just 5 minutes in. Great movement coming in by Armeo. That's absolutely true. We've got a dive coming in from the set. He wanted to pick up the kill, but he didn't have enough damage. It's going to be a solo kill for Philip on the top side with the Lee Sin. Beautiful play there coming in from Philip. Just over-aggression on the side of Oakland. We've seen it now twice in both the top and the bot lane. Just getting a little bit too eager for some of these plays and getting caught out because of it. You take a look at the mid lane matchup. We haven't really talked about it a ton, but Bradley definitely doing his best to stay up in that lane. Up a good amount of CS and a good amount of gold just in general. We do have Oakland starting up on the Dragon. Hensap is in a position where he could be capitalized on here. It's going to be taken by Oakland. They're going to get the first Dragon of the game, Mountain here. Void Grubs are up. That looks to be the objective that will be prioritized by Citadel. Definitely going to be interesting. Lots of gold on that Ezreal that got a tier level 2. Yeah, definitely a lot going on in the bot lane. It's been a hectic, chaotic game early, but I would have asked for nothing less from these two teams. I think when I'm looking at what the rest of this early game should probably look like, again, I think Void Grubs are going to be very important. Looks like Oakland is going to be first to rotate towards them. At least Set is going to be starting them up here. We'll see if Galio ends up making the roam. Pantheon is on bot side, so interested to see what ends up happening, but just picking up some free extra gold from those mites at the end of the day. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely some interesting lane matchups. Got the taunt land, but it's not in tower range, so you don't end up getting that convergence. We got a support battle. Supportal combat in the river. Sub Philip out. Yeah, I think he's doomed. I think he's done. Dusted, washed, if you will. Haymaker coming in from Set, but not much to do here. I think when you're talking about the macro sense of what to look for here, obviously Armeo starting up Void Grabs. That is going to be incredibly important, I think, for Citadel to be able to grab. Matt's going in. Matt, it's your time, top lane. Sign up. We need a sub. He spilled his tea. Knockup is going to land onto Trevor, but Shaggy's going to take quite a bit of damage in that exchange. The Ezreal really going to put up a lot of damage in the early game here. Something that Kai'Sa can't really match all that easily. We got the cleanse coming out after the Trevor engage. The knockup is going to land onto the Leona. Is the Ezreal going to have enough damage to be able to burst them down? Both ignites are going to be used. Shaggy is getting dangerously low. Bullyu in a very similar spot. And once again, it's another trade that looks good for Citadel. Both ignites burned. Flash still on cooldown, of course, for both members of the Oakland bot lane. We've got a trade in the top side. This set looking dangerous. He's going to ult in, but an absolutely beautiful combo coming in from Philip with the ult in the queue to be able to secure the kill. Trevor lands the E onto Shaggy. The action has never ended in this game. It's been a lot of fun to watch. This bot lane is dangerously low, and we see Armeo pathing down. This should be a very easy dive here, but we do have the Pantheon ult coming in. They're going to look onto Instinct, but the Sejuani is here. The double knockup is going to hit. Shaggy is going to dash out. Bensap is going to be way too low, though. Bulliu using his ult to go in, but there's just no damage. There's just no follow-up, and it's going to be yet another kill. That being said, Bensap is going to pick up Instinct. They are going to be able to trade 1-for-1 in the exchange, but Bulliu is in a very precarious position. That's 3 kills over to Instinct on the Ezreal, and that's only 1 over to the Kai'Sa. Definitely not a perfect exchange for Oakland, but they will take what they can get. His Pantheon is at a pretty decent gold spot. I wouldn't say a gigantic gold lead because of those 2 assists over on Armeo, but that could potentially be an avenue back in. We're looking at this top lane matchup. Obviously, there's a lot of outplay potential with Lee Sin top. There are a lot of ways that less experienced players in the matchup, at the very least, might be a little bit, might struggle a bit more, we'll just say. And, you know, I think that's why you pick it, right? It's kind of difficult to deal with in that way. I've always hated Lee Sin top, but the action has finally calmed down a bit. That mid lane CS gap is absolutely ginormous. Bradley is he's up a lot. he's quite up in gold in the middle of the map, and I think that contributes to the 2K gold lead here for Citadel. Obviously, you can look at a couple of different things for them. A lot of that gold going on to the Lee Sin, but a lot of it going on to Instinct on the Ezreal. I think that's going to be very big. Lee Sin is just budget and Bessa. Kind of, you know what? It's kind of an interesting point to make. I think that's a fair thing to say. More trades down on the bot side. He is not going to land on the Shaggy, but every single time he looks for a trade here, that Rakan just takes most of his health bar. Armeo's going to go in. He is going to land the E. The stun's going to come down onto the Rakan. Do they have enough damage to be able to take him down? No, Shaggy is going to survive, but this is not a great spot for the bot lane to be in. They can get that wave crashed. That's definitely not going to be ideal. It looks like they're going to try to collapse onto the 2 in the jungle and the support here. Armeo and Trevor in a little bit of a rough position. Some damage going to come down onto Hensap, but Bensap is going to come in. He might have bitten off a little more than he can chew, though. He is going to be in the middle of the enemy team and taken down. The kill's going to go over to Armeo. And another really good play on the map for Citadel to just blow this lead wide open. We were looking at a pretty decent early game for Oakland, sitting at around 5 minutes, and yet here we are at 10, and it's a 3K gold lead for Citadel. Just absolutely masterful stuff coming in from them. And we kind of expected that. This team is full of players who have been not only good at the NACL level, but good at the mid-game at the NACL level. And so definitely no surprise to see this team be as successful as they are here, but a brilliant start to the game here. You've got a massive gold lead in the mid lane. You've got bounties on both your Lee Sin and your Sejuani. Your Ezreal has 3 kills. This is a really great spot to be in if you're Citadel. Tough spot to be in if you're Oakland. Definitely looking a bit harder to win. The Kai'Sa was definitely going to be someone that you needed to put a lot of resources into, but Citadel, once again, using their priority to just completely take this bot lane out of the game. We're seeing the Galio roam down, but the ultimate's going to come out from the Sejuani. The Galio ult will not save him. It's another kill for the Ezreal. The set ult is going to come in, but the tower shot is just going to take him down. A brutal solo kill with jungler on top side, and that just leaves even more opportunities for Citadel to get even more kills on the bot side. Brilliant and brutal stuff for Oakland. The bot lane is just being absolutely torn apart. Top side is going very much in favor of the Lee Sin, who has now gotten his Eclipse and will be very difficult to deal with. Jungle Canyon is kind of correct. Armeo has been absolutely stellar in this game at being able to punish both the Rakan and the Kai'Sa in terms of their positioning, especially when either of them unfortunately dares to try and play the game in this one. Definitely a rough situation, but it will be first tower going over to the side of Citadel. Instinct and Trevor picking that up on the bot side. Dragon will be started here as well, and they're going to be able to pick that up. Wood Grubs will be taken by Oakland. That is something on the other side here, but this gold lead has completely ballooned out of control. We have gone just completely off the rails. We are already looking at a 6K gold lead at 12 minutes. This is definitely Citadel's game to lose. Very fun game one, though. A lot of action. A lot of action coming in, so definitely been a fun one. Trevor looking for some support fights here. Looking for supportal combat against Shaggy. The emote spamming. Typically, this is where I would try and talk about what I think Oakland needed to do to get back in, but this is a really rough game state. Again, I think you were relying a lot on either the Pantheon or the Kaisa being very relevant. Going into the mid-game here, you wanted to be able to fight for Dragons and Otacon, especially once that ends up spawning at 20 minutes, although that feels like forever away at the current moment. It just doesn't feel like that's going to be able to happen. This is unfortunately getting out of control very quickly. We do see a gank coming in on the top side with the Galio. Philip is in a very overextended position. He's going to hit the ult. He's going to flash out. He's going to get to his jungler, and Armeo is going to come in, stun up the set on the top side. We see the Pantheon ult coming in. But Philip is just going to make his way out, and a brilliant save. It's actually the entire team roaming up. It's all 5 members of Oakland looking for this play. Instinct will be trying to make his way up, but is he going to make it in time? The damage is coming out. We have a stun on Bensap. Is he going to be able to get Trevor? No, he won't. The Pantheon is going to fall. The Kaisa will fall. The Rakan will fall. And another brilliant fight from Citadel to completely take control of this game. It is looking dire. It was a desperate play for Oakland. They saw an opportunity to potentially try and force a 5v3, but they just didn't have the time to be able to take advantage of that in the way that they needed to. Citadel had the resources and had the ability to collapse because of just how long it took to kill Trevor, and they end up collapsing 5 men to completely dismantle Oakland. Very, very nice game here in game number 1 from Citadel. I was getting concerned after that 2v1 on the bot side to start things off. It was looking a little spicy on the top side as well, but things have definitely gone Citadel's way, and Philip is now just playing super aggro. He's going in on Hensap. We do have the flash coming in from Bensap to get the stun, but just the ward hop over to the other side. No more dash tools. Oh, we have a pause. Officially have a pause. Hopefully this one doesn't last too long. This is definitely going to be an important, an important pause overall. But yeah, this game has gotten out of control very quickly. It has been, we have definitely seen quite a bit, quite a bit of action coming in from the side of Citadel. Brilliant stuff from them. I think if you are Citadel, obviously you're excited about the fact that you were able to get a lot of the gold onto Ezreal. Bradley has absolutely destroyed this mid lane matchup. Philip has looked very good on the Lee Sin. But it's really been Armeo to me that has stood out as somebody who played really, really well in the early game. Completely moved, like, I don't want to say gapped Oakland. That feels a little bit too negative, but moved around the map in a brilliant way to completely shut down this bot lane, who was looking aggressive and dangerous in the early part of this game. Got some Rs coming in chat. Shouldn't be in here too long, but whew. Quite a game number 1. Quite an aggressive game number 1. We are back here just as I take a sip of water. Philip immediately runs into Shaggy, who gets the knockup, and he's going to be taken down for the first time in quite a while since the beginning of the game. Trevor now might be caught out as well. He's going to drop very low. The knockup is going to hit off of the Rakan. Kaisa's going to pick up another kill, and now Armeo might be in a bad position. We're running in one at a time like stormtroopers, but a brilliant ultimate coming in from Bradley, and just then the Riot client ends up freezing. Brilliant stuff. Exactly what you want to see. We see the Galio ult coming out. It's going to land, but Bradley's going to pick up the kill onto the Kaisa. A beautiful fight for Oakland is going to turn out to be a little bit more contentious than maybe they would have wanted. Bradley and Instinct are just too strong. They are able to essentially 3v5 that fight with Armeo on the front line, and they are just way too far ahead. An absolutely gorgeous ultimate from Bradley. The game paused because it wanted us to take in just how brilliant that Cassiopeia ultimate was. The 4-man ult coming in. Instinct will be able to take down this mid lane turret. And I think we can fairly say that this game has broken wide open. Liu gonna step up and do a bit of damage here. He's actually gonna get Instinct very low. Instinct gonna pop the barrier. He has quite a bit of damage, but is it enough? It's not. He's gonna trade his life for that tier 2 turret, and same thing on the bot side. We're gonna see Bradley end up trading for some damage on that turret. Bully, maybe a little bit overextended off of that kill, but definitely worth it for him to get that shutdown onto Instinct. Trevor might be in a little bit of danger now when it comes to the Galio. Not sure if he's gonna have enough damage to be able to lock him up. He does not, but generally still a positive play. Maybe just a bit of an overextension on the bot side there for Citadel. You know, you live with that. Certainly not a bad thing. If you have that good of a team fight, if you're Bradley, you certainly can't complain too much about one little small pick. It's actually Armeo that's going to be looking to try and trade with the set here, and that's the point of the game we're at, where the set is having a ton of trouble trading with the Sejuani. Not an ideal game state. Bullyu has accrued quite a bit more gold. He is still very far behind. I think you look at the 5 kills and you go, okay, you know, he could be in an okay spot, and then you look at him down, you know, 50 CS, and it's a little bit more difficult to, you know, kind of say that that's going to go perfectly for him, but this has been about everything you could have wanted to see in Game 1 from Citadel. It's clear that they wanted to go out and express their talent level. Oh, a brilliant Q coming in from Philip. He's going to land it on a Hensap, and Hensap's not going to be able to get out of this one. He is just going to be poked down by Trevor, and Philip. Instinct is going to take the kill, and Rift Herald is free as well. This game looks hard for Set to play. This game looks impossible for Set to play from this point. I can't really... I honestly think this game is kind of impossible for anyone to play. Bradley is going to be collapsed upon here by the Pantheon ult. Is he going to have enough damage to be able to get out of this one? He is kiting out the Pantheon. He doesn't have the dash just yet. He's very low, but he is kiting to his support. He's going to be in an okay spot. The Leona's going to arrive. The Sejuani's going to arrive, and that miracle play that Oakland were looking for, it doesn't seem like that is going to be possible here as Instinct joins the fray. It's going to be a triple kill for Instinct on the bot side, and this gold lead goes even further. Not a dull moment indeed. An absolutely brutal game. You have 34 kills at 18 minutes. I mean, an action-packed game to say the least. This is what we love the NACL OQs for. This is the best of Tier 2 and Tier 3, all encapsulated into one game. Action-packed, crazy picks, lots of fights, just everything we were looking for. Huge solar flare indeed. That was a great ult there coming in from Trevor. He's played a fantastic game as well. Everybody looking great in these team fights for Citadel. Had to take a sip of water. This game's been so action-packed. Philip with the death push here on the Hensap. Not going to be able to pick up the kill. In fact, the Galio going to be able to trade relatively well. Bensap's making his way up. This could be a 2v1, but Philip wise enough to be able to get himself out of there. Shaggy and Trevor now. I can only say supportal combat so many times before chat gets mad at me. All right, chat, what are you guys thinking? Give me your thoughts on the game. I've been talking a while. How's everyone feeling about it? I gotta see some woos. I gotta see some forms of excitement. Citadel is crushing this one. It's about as good of a game number 1 as you could possibly ask for. Rift Herald will finally be secured here. Team gap? Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And to no fault of Oakland, I truly do believe that they attempted a lot of really interesting plays early on. The 2v2 looked good. They were able to pick up a kill on the top side. It's just Citadel is crazy talented. It's going to be very difficult to go toe-to-toe with Citadel in this tournament. And that's going to stand for every team. What's the format? Yeah, it's best of 3 fearless. So all of these champions are unavailable for Game 2. Oh, sorry, I turned away to look at chat, and we've got a full engage coming out here. Galio ult was dropped, and we actually have quite a few knockups coming in on the front line of Citadel. Trevor and Armeo are both going to fall. Shaggy is going to be low, but Instinct just can't put out enough damage fast enough. No Bradley there, but Philip on the backline is going to kick Shaggy out of the fight. He's going to try to get in onto the front line, but he is stunned up. Another fantastic ultimate from Bradley on the Cassiopeia, but he is stunned. He is taunted. He is taken down. That is an ace for Oakland University, and just when it looked like there was no hope, just when it looked like there was no way back into this game, a gift horse has arrived, and Otacon is free for the taking for Oakland. That is an absolutely ginormous turn there. It doesn't obviously get them entirely back into the game, but a massive, massive ace coming in from Oakland. The perfect fight, just over-aggressive and over-eager stuff coming in from Citadel, and we'll see how they respond. That's an objective bounty and Otacon. It is ruinous Otacon, as I'm sure you could have anticipated from the game state that we were in. So, kind of necessary, I would say, for Oakland to be able to catch up. When you look at the level disparity now, you're looking at a 2-level lead in the support position. The AD carries are equal. The mid lane's up 1 level. You know, top lane and jungle are both equal. This game has definitely gotten to a point where it's a lot more contentious than maybe it looked like before that fight. It didn't look like there was a way back in, but again, just taking a little bit of an over-eager fight there. Philip needs to hit the practice tool. Unfortunately, the Lee Sin combo not looking the cleanest in that fight. He's looked good this game, but not a great time for that. They are going to be collapsing onto the Galio here. Hensap is going to be taken down. Bradley's going to pick up the kill, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to land onto Philip onto the other side. They're just pushing. They are going to be dropping the Rift Herald here. We'll see if they're going to be able to pick up a lot more. Oakland's ADC is so aggressive. Bulliu is very aggressive. I've been very intrigued by the way he's played. Trevor is going in. He's going to dive onto the backline, take a ton of damage, and it could have been catastrophically bad there from Citadel. Luckily, it's not going to be a beautiful set ult. Instinct is going to try to get out of there, and he is going to be able to put out damage, but Bradley is taken down early in the fight. Bulliu is going to ult onto the backline and take down the enemy AD carry. It's another huge fight for Oakland. They're going to pick up 4. It's just Armeo, and I don't think it will be him for very much longer. Wow, an absolutely brilliant ace here from Oakland. And man, things are starting to get spicy in this game. Otacon turns out to be a pretty big swing, as those XP swings are pretty ginormous. We've got Dragon spawning in 56 seconds. We've got Baron spawning in 2 minutes. Down 6k, but aces them. That's some great League of Legends right there. Amen. Amen. That's the dream, right? You want to see these teams that, I don't want to say are a little bit less known, but, the teams that maybe aren't favorites going into these series, you want to see them play aggressive. Trevor definitely a little bit over-eager on the engage there, just going into 3 members as the Leona. Not really a ton of follow-up, and Bradley getting caught out early with the set ultimate was catastrophic for Citadel. We will see how they respond. Again, still a gigantic gold lead for them. They're not in a position where they have to freak out and panic just yet. They win 1 fight around Dragon, and this game is over. But definitely starting to get to the point where 1 ace, okay, it's 1 ace. 2 aces, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. You definitely need to keep Bradley and Instinct alive in these fights. It's paramount that they end up staying safe in a lot of these circumstances. Dragon's going to be bursted down. This is not going to stay alive for much longer. Armeo not going to go over the pit. It's just going to be a Dragon take, but we do have some posturing here. Citadel could potentially look for something. I think they're just trying to delay them, waste their time with the Lee Sin pushing on the top side. It is going to be the quick recalls coming in, and they are going to adjust their tempo to the mid lane. Bensap actually going to ult to stop the wave. And yet again, it's Oakland picking up an objective for nothing. It's 2 dragons to 2. Doesn't look like we will be getting a soul this game, which is probably fine for both of these teams, but these fights have become a lot more linear. Citadel can come through if they have the same resilience they had in those early fights, but who knows? They're both giving it their all. Yeah, I agree. It's all going to come down to who plays these 5v5s better. At the end of the day, you got a lot of gold on that Kai'Sa now, but I mean, Instinct is a menace, and Cassio is a menace. This is both of those champs, if they're able to survive, that's 4 item and tier 3 boots Ezreal. That's 3 item Cassiopeia. These are going to be very difficult champions to deal with. But you could say the same thing about 3 item Kai'Sa on the other side. Whew. All right. What are we thinking? What do you guys think Citadel needs to do? Got some pushing here in the mid lane. Just some posturing. Bulliu is going to step up. I think that's one thing that has really helped out Oakland throughout this game, is just the aggressive posturing of Bulliu. He's down almost 100 CS, 80 CS, and he's certainly not playing like it. Oh, we have a brilliant engage coming in from the set, and it's going to be followed up with the Galio, but did they go too deep? The Kai'Sa ends up getting caught out and shut down. Bradley, though, is going to be taken down on the other side. Philip going to TP in. Instinct is very low. It's a 4v4, but the Ezreal's caught out. A brilliant flash, but it's not going to be enough. Instinct is taken down. Philip into the middle of the enemy team. Shaggy with the knock-up into... just getting absolutely deleted by the damage of the lethality. Lee Sin, is that going to be enough to win them the fight? The Galio's gonna go down next. Armeo is going to do brilliantly in this fight. WZek, this was a tense back and forth. It's a 3 for 3 right now. Even I couldn't completely catch what was going on there. I'd have to go back and watch that. Philip, definitely looking for Pantheon here. Oh, the stun's gonna come in on Sejuani. Not a lot of damage is going to be put down. It's very difficult to burst down Sedge here, but it's a 3 for 3. And Oakland's going to take that mid tower. Oh, and the Q just barely goes wide. Armeo can't land it. Set, looking for something with the Stride Breaker. But right now, it just feels like a lot of posturing. Man, these fights are close. I think if Philip had been there from the start, I think we'd be looking at a different fight. Obviously, I'm certainly not criticizing his ability to play here. Bensap is still on the map here. Both junglers are quite low. I could make Baron very interesting. And it is going to be Citadel that ends up starting on Baron. Feel like you're watching Paddock, Kaisa? Yeah, absolutely true. Bully has been a psychopath in this game. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And this is great. This is great stuff coming in from Citadel, delaying the back of Bensap as long as they could in order to get into that Baron pit. They're going to secure it, but can they get out? Philip is obviously very low. He's going to be able to dash, but they are cornered. They are going to have to fight this in some way. It's going to be a Rakan ultimate. It's going to be a Kaisa ultimate. Is the Cassio damage going to be enough? Lee Sin is going to fall first, and we see a lot of damage coming down onto the Kaisa. Bulliu is taken down. Bradley will be the answer, but Oakland, they're getting lower and lower. It's a 3v3. Instinct is untouched onto the backline, but the front line is crumbling. Do they have enough damage? Armeo trying to get to the Galio. Is he going to be able to shut him down? Instinct taking down the set on the other side of the fight. Armeo going to trade his life to take down the mid laner. And we are looking at a 4-for-4. It is a Red Bull. Not Red Bull. I can't say that. I'm going to get sued. It's a Baron buff power play that ends up turning into a 4-for-4. This game has been absolutely insane. Like, if you wanted a banger for game number 1, you got it. It was action-packed from moment 1, and Bully has it really not stopped. I can't say that, Oatmeal. I can't. That's on this broadcast. It's not that. It's not. It's not. There's no sponsorships. None. I can't. I'm a legally indistinct Baron buff power play. Wow. Yes, the Maddie Socials Baron buff power play, as it will henceforth be known. All right, this dragon is huge. Let's see if Oakland just ends up wanting to give it over. Bensap is going to blast cone over the wall, and he's going to be a little bit further forward than maybe he wanted to be. Philip with a great ultimate. The Galio is going to come in, but is it going to be too late? They don't have the damage to survive. To let Bensap survive, but they are going to be able to try and turn the fight. Once again, they are immediately going to go on to Bradley. Trevor is just a little bit too deep, but Instinct has a ton of damage on the back half of this fight. A brilliant arcane shift is going to dodge the set ultimate, and it looks like things are going in the favor of Citadel. This is the best fight that they have had in the recent minutes, and Instinct is going to be able to clean it up. It's a double kill, and they are going to be pushing for game here. Still one alive. It's going to be the Galio. But that could have been the nail in the coffin for Oakland. Instinct looking brilliant in that fight. Doing a great job to draw out the set ultimate and then to dodge it as cleanly as he could. It's exactly what you needed. Thank you for the play-by-play compliments. I'm working on it. we're getting better. Bensap is going to ult in. It doesn't look like they have the time to be able to close this one out. Philip is going to use the ult to disengage. Doesn't look like they're going to get more than just one inhibitor, unfortunately. Not able to take down that mid inhib. All right, Panda. Good luck in your game. Instinct is going to be kiting out here, but Dragon will be secured here by Citadel. After all of that, the Dragon is still important. Blue team going to take it down. We are on Soul Point now. I gotta turn off, sorry for the Discord pop-up. I'll have to turn that off. My bad. Bad streamer. Anybody who's watching, don't message me on Discord. I'll turn it off after this game. I gotta watch. I'm too invested. I'm too locked in. It's a 10k gold lead for Citadel, but I actually do believe that anybody could win. Whew. I'm just letting my voice recover a bit. Solo play-by-play is crazy. Trevor is going to get caught out, though. A death push coming in from Oakland, and are they going to be able to pick up the Leona? They are. It's going to force a big fight. Philip is going to be doing a lot of damage, but he's going to get very low doing so. The Galio ult is going to come out after the stopwatch. Armeo getting dangerously low. He is too important to this front line. Bulliu is going to ult in, and on the back line, they just forget about Instinct and Bradley. They chase the Sejuani, and they forget about the carries. and that's going to be the downfall of Oakland. They just do not put enough attention, but the haymaker coming in to destroy Instinct. Bully still alive on the back end. Oh my goodness, what was that set damage? Absolutely ridiculous, ludicrous damage coming out. And just when it looked like all hope was lost for Oakland in that fight. Woo! Oh boy, that was crazy. Oh my god. Jesus. No thanks, man. Instinct getting one shot. Dude, my voice is gonna be dead after one game. That's how good this game has been. Sila, welcome. Well, we talked about Oakland needing to do a lot to get back into this game, and you know what? They've done that. We were looking at like 100 CS differential in both mid and bot. Both lanes have relatively equalized on gold. Gold lead versus stats for XP leads. I honestly think that the later, like, I think it's a pretty binary conversation of, at 32 minutes, it matters a lot less than it would have 10 minutes ago. I think the 5v5s, the aces that Citadel ended up giving up were not very good in allowing Oakland to get back into this, and obviously they needed to kind of shore things up, but it's anybody's game now. When you're looking at these late game team fights, I mean, Kai'Sa's going to be a major issue. She's definitely the most relevant champion in the game at the current moment, and from what we've seen, they're putting a lot of priority and attention into trying to get onto Bradley, but as we say that, Citadel is going to be starting up the Baron, and because that base is broken open, there's just no contest coming in from Oakland. This is going to be a free Baron for the side of Citadel, their second of the game, and that's going to allow them to immediately go push onto the top side. Azrael going to clear the wave. We're going to try and stop sets back on the bot side, and it is going to land. It is going to stop the sets back. That's actually pretty monumental. They should have a free crash here. It is the Maddie Socials Baron buff power play. You are absolutely correct. Mid inhib is going to go down. Top inhib will be the next target. This is clinical here from Citadel, but they are going to land the set ult onto Instinct, and the Kai'Sa's going to dive to the backline. Instinct is blown up. He is out of there. Trevor gets very low, but the Kai'Sa is going to have to trade her life. No, she isn't. A brilliant save coming in from Hensap. It's a double kill for the set on the top side, and it's another win for Oakland. The Pantheon ult going to come down to try and chase down Armeo. Is he going to be able to escape? Philip might be able to help him out there. It looks like two are going to survive, but it's yet another fight win for Oakland. Another fantastic engage from WZek? Was Zek? Someone in the chat tell me. On the top side, another great ultimate from him, although Bensat might be a little overextended here. They are going to collapse two men onto him. Are they going to be able to kill the Pantheon fast enough to be able to get out? It looks like they are. Kai'Sa looks like she wants to collapse, but certainly can't do so by herself. Looks like it is just going to be 1-for-0 in that in that form, but man, this is crazy. Set's going to take that mid inhib tower. League of Legends. Yeah, that's the most accurate way I can describe this game. League of Legends. This was supposed to be less stressful than Fnatic. Whew. Absolutely crazy stuff, and we see Armeo potentially getting caught out here. A teleport coming in. Trevor is going to stun up Bully You. Attempt to keep that Kai'Sa from getting out of control. A brilliant ultimate coming in from Philip, but Trevor's going to take so much damage. Armeo is melting. That front line just can't survive like it did earlier on into the game. The Leona's going to fall, but they are going to trade for the Kai'Sa. The carries are still alive for Citadel. WZek is going to fall. Philip's going to be onto Shaggy. Hensap barely gets out of there, and that is another fight that Citadel was looking for. It's back and forth and back and forth for both of these teams. Oh, the Ezreal with the snipe onto the Galio. That could be consequential for the ending of this game. Philip going to continue to play aggressive. He's going to shove in this wave. Can they end the game from here? Armeo is going to be taking Dragon Soul just in case. That ends up becoming a problem. Philip. Now onto Bensap. Instinct has arrived. Bensap will fall, but he does have the GA. He's going to be able to get himself back up. He's going to land the stun, but how long can he stall? How long can he survive? The ace does come in, but did he buy enough time? I do not think so. Kai'Sa is up in 10 seconds. That second Nexus tower will fall, and the Nexus will fall alongside it. What a game number one. Citadel Gaming taking it in 36 minutes. Holy crap. What the heck? Just like we drew it up. Just like we drew it up. Oh my god. That's a heart attack game for sure. That's a game one. That is a game one. Holy Lord. That's insane. Whew. Average Phillip game, indeed. Truly a heart attack. 80 plus kill game in 35 minutes. You don't, that's probably not the one you practice for. 65,000 damage coming in from Instinct on the Ezreal. 59,000 coming in from Bully You on the Kaisa. Yeah, it was impressive stuff. A great game, honestly, from Oakland. I don't think you could possibly have asked for more from them. They were aggressive in the early game. They picked up some kills in lane phase. You had some situations where, you know, you were trading 2 for 1 on the bot side. You got that solo kill on the top side on the set. Like, there were definitely some interesting turns of events, we'll just say there. Whew. I need water after that. Holy. What's Double Lift's team name? I believe they are near airport. For obvious reasons. Whew, but that was a crazy game number 1. I'm going to step away, grab some water for just a second. I will definitely be back in just a moment. K-Man's voice will never rest as long as Citadel and Oakland play like that. True. I will commentate forever. But I'm going to step away for 1 minute, get some more water, and I will be back in just a second. All right, we back. We back. Is there a live update on the bracket? Does anybody have any like live updated brackets? Let's see if the Discord has it. How did the other games go? Does anybody know? We can try and check it out here. Doesn't look like the main bracket sheet is updated. Which is fine. There's so many games, I can't imagine doing that. But a banger. A banger for game number 1. One of the most fun games I've watched in a while. Yeah, they both played really well in game number 1. I was very pleasantly surprised with Oakland in game 1. I hope just as riveting. Indeed, Molly. Indeed. How do I think the second match will go? Well, I think Citadel probably learned that game that they can't play with their food before they eat it. There were a lot of individual mistakes. Just being a little bit overeager, you know, kind of thinking they're invincible. I don't think it'll be quite as much of a problem in game 2. But who knows? That was a banger. I kind of hope we get another one of those. But yeah, if anybody in chat has an updated bracket, let me know. Let's see if there is one in the Discord. I didn't see one. Okay, for some reason my tweet didn't go live until right now, until I logged back into Twitter. My bad, everybody. That one's on me. That one's on me. I didn't realize that closing out of Twitter would stop my tweet from sending. What was the highlight of the first match? God, there were so many. Like, there were so many important moments from the first match. I think really the first ace for Oakland was ginormous. Phil getting solo killed. That might have been a highlight for you, Jordan. I don't know about me. I think the dive on the bot side really blew things wide open. I think when you're talking about where the game got out of control in the mid game for Oakland, it was definitely Armeo's dive on the bot side. Number 1 Philip hater. All right, well, that energy won't be carried into this broadcast. But yeah, crazy game number 1. I'm hoping game number 2 is just as interesting. I think the takeaways for me, first of all, a lot of champions that I would consider to be like Oakland's best are gone from game number 1. I think Rakan and Set were both 2 champs that I identified very early on, looking at, you know, some of their players that were going to be big picks in this series. I think this still does leave open the door for, you know, Kai'Sa's gone as well, but things like Zeri and Jinx, I would imagine, are still very much going to be a priority. Perhaps we could be seeing more enchanters in game number 2 from Oakland. think that could definitely be an option. Looking at their OPGG now. Am I in the BRB screen? Is that even where I want me? Ben Sepp had played a ton of Pantheon as well. The Wukong was banned in game 1. We'll see if that that carries over into game 2. I think the ban adaptation is going to be important as well. And I assume they're side swapping. I assume we'll see Citadel on red side and Oakland on blue side, which would also create a bit more chaos, I would say. All right, we are getting into lobby. We are lobbying up for game 2. What's my favorite first ban? In general, Yuumi. For this series in particular, I think if I'm looking from Citadel's perspective, I think taking the Wukong off the board was definitely the right call. I think taking away a lot of those combo lanes. I think Nocturne Orianna could potentially be a pick here as well. But you're a Lux hater? Honestly based. Caitlyn Lux. All right, we are just in lobby, getting ready to kick off the draft. It should be starting any second now. Game number 2 just around the corner. And I think we are in. We are in draft. Still going to be a Kalista first ban, even on blue side for Oakland. Wukong is going to be the answer, as we talked about. Elise, so we're getting identical bans so far from both of these teams. It's going to be the Thresh. Nothing changing just yet. We'll see if those bans match all the way down. There's some things I'm a little bit more scared of in a game 2 than I would be in a game 1, especially with other counters taken off the board. I think the priority on things like Alistar go up a lot now that there's no Rakan and no Leona. Final ban will be the Xayah this time around, so, and then it's still going to be the Ashe. So same bans coming in from Citadel. Blue side first pick has been very integral across the world. We saw a lot of this in the LPL recently. It's gonna be the Vi. Pretty standard first pick. Pretty flexible. Vi probably the most flexible jungle in the game. And Bessa, no surprises just yet. Although I will say, Vi, I think, has some very good splits into Mbessa, if you look at GOL. As far as I remember. That was probably within the last couple weeks or so. It's going to be Vi Corki, or Mbessa Corki. About as solid of a duo as you could possibly pick early on in these drafts. Can really set you up for basically anything. We got Corky fans in the chat. Let's go. Yeah, Nazeri looks like it's going to be the lock. I was kind of expecting something like this in the pregame. This team does like to play around bot lane. Bully looked very good on these aggressive hyper carries. You know, Kai'Sa looked excellent in game number 1, so I expected something like this. Ahri would certainly be interesting. I think they're picking that under the assumption that it's definitely Corki mid. You hope Oakland chooses all the girlies. Yeah, that's fair. They are on pace. Poppy coming in as R3. Again, just a very solid draft. These are some of the most played champs in the world. They can fit into almost any comp that you're looking for. Very, very open draft. Lulu's going to be the first ban. I agree. You got to take out the enchanters here. I think there is a chance that this is just Alistair for Oakland. I would assume this is probably Poppy support if you're Citadel. It's gonna be the Zyra off the board. Zyra definitely an Armeo pick. Yeah, I think it's all just about how scared you are of, like, yeah, of Yuumi. Yeah, it's either Yuumi or Alistair. And it's going to be the Lilia, so taking away junglers, taking away those AP options in particular. I think this pick will definitely show us a lot. I don't think that that's going to be real. It would be very funny. If you draft Master Yi Corki, that's crazy. That's awesome. It's going to be the Xin Zhao. That makes a lot more sense. Again, just a lot of early pressure, early prio. Pairs really well with the Mbessa in particular. But here we get our information. What do they want to go for? Do they want to go for something like an Alistair? Do they want to flex? I think things like Janna and Soraka are very playable on this patch if you're practiced with them. Ooh, we got more aggression on the top side. If this is going to get locked in. You hate to talk about hovers, but... yeah, it's going to be the Darius. So Set and Darius, the two top laners coming in from Oakland. Darius into Mbessa, that is interesting. And it looks like it might actually be Karma coming in for Shaggy. Renata would make sense too. Yeah, it's gonna be Renata. I'm not sure I love that as much as I would like a true enchanter, like a Soraka or a Janna or something like that. But I think Renata can do really well here. Renata dissuades Xin Zhao very heavily, and Mbessa to an extent, so I could definitely see a circumstance where that is a problem, we'll just say, for, oh, it's gonna be the Lissandra. Okay, I really like that to close out draft, I think. I think generally when you're looking at, like, you just have so much prio here. If you're, like, I think you have to fight early if you're Citadel. I should probably specify. I'm umming and awing a little bit too much. Yeah, I think Oakland has a lot of outs this game. Generally, this is still a Zeri comp. I know that you've got things like Ari and Darius that are going to take a lot of resources, but at the end of the day, this is still a Zeri comp. And in that vein, I think the longer this game goes, the more I get concerned for Citadel. I think that they are kind of expecting themselves to win early. And if Xin Zhao can establish pressure, that's going to be a big problem. I think specifically Lissandra has to be able to move, like, anywhere on the map. Lissandra is very key to how this team ends up playing. I don't think this is a great game for Corki. I think this is actually kind of a bad game for Corki. I love Corki Bot. I'm a defender of Corki Bot. But we'll see. I think this is not a bad game in that it's like a horrible pick, because picking it early I think is totally justifiable. Just that this is a hard game for Corki to play. A lot of ways to make him have a little bit more trouble. So, and I think Darius, like, I assume the Darius and Mbessa matchup is very Darius favored. I'll be honest, I'm not, like, super knowledgeable on that. I think especially if you're getting help from the Vi, that's probably very Darius favored. Just from, like, an intuition perspective, that would be my guess. All right, but 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the game starts. Again, I think Win condition for Citadel in this one is Xin Zhao. Is Armeo just having a great early game? Now, he did exactly that in the previous one. And honestly, Armeo was great throughout basically the entirety of the game. Even when you were looking at some of the weird engages that Armeo ended up having, like maybe the overeager engages that him and Trevor were going for in the back half of the game. Like, I still think he was the most relevant. He just was not dying on that Sejuani. His ability to peel for Instinct was crucial in the back half of that game, even if it did cost him his own life in a lot of circumstances. He's going to need to be really good in this game on the Xin Zhao. A lot of responsibility is going to fall on his shoulders as the jungler for this early pathing. And then I think for Oakland, your comp is kind of inevitable. I think specifically you're looking at like obviously Zeri getting out of control, and you have ways to like peel and set up for Zeri. You might not consider Ahri and Darius like perfect peel partners, like protect partners. It's not the draft you would necessarily think of in that kind of vein. But I do think that they are good enough at being able to pull attention to allow Zeri to pop off in these fights. So, I mean, shutting Zeri down is a priority. I think top lane looks like it's going to be tough to have really any intervention in. I would imagine Darius is just going to be pretty difficult to punish in this matchup in particular, but if you can get Corki into a decent spot, or more specifically, if you can just set Bully you behind, if the Zeri is in a position where she just can't like completely dominate and take over the game, I think that's going to be a lot better for Citadel. That would be my strategy, is just have Xin Zhao put a lot of resources and attention on trying to fight as early as possible. So, all right. We're loading in. Let me mute the lo-fi. Let me mute the lo-fi and move to in-game. We gotta swap these logos. We gotta swap these logos around. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, so is that Super K-Man Rocks from YouTube.com? That's me. What's the over-under on 5 deaths in the first 5 minutes? Maddie's taking the under? That honestly is the thing that shocks me the most, is that Maddie would take the under. Psycho Zeri player should be another fun game to watch. Yeah. Yeah, I think this has the makings of being a very fun draft. A very fun draft. How are you doing, Psycho? Trevor does not want to walk into this bush, and he is going to face check it. He's going to get charmed. He's going to get stunned up. And there's your first blood, and unfortunately for Citadel, it's going on to the Zeri. That is just about worst case scenario for level 1. Maddie's bet is already looking quite bad for the under. But not a disaster. The bad part of that is obviously getting the kill on Zeri. I think that is really the only thing that can't happen in this game. I watched this set almost one-shot these guys. Did you see the set actually one-shot Instinct in last game? Because that was insane. That was crazy. But yeah, a really good level 1 play there from Oakland. Just understanding that perhaps Citadel is full of aggressive players that want to step up and want to play more aggro. Charm gonna land here, but that's a huge gold increase there for like just having that like free advantage at level 1. It's obviously not everything, but you know, Zeri I think already is in a really good spot in this laning phase. I think Renata actually makes it very difficult for the Poppy to punish it all, and this is exactly why, right? Like a lot of these trades are gonna go in favor of the Renata, and Zeri now has a free extra item. So bot lane does become a lot more difficult to deal with. I think a lot of the plans that you probably had pre-game of Xin Zhao putting a lot of attention in the bot lane maybe aren't quite as easy to execute now. So we'll see what ends up happening. Xin Zhao is going to be pathing up. We will see. Could be going for a level 3, though. I don't hate that idea. Good trades coming out in the bot lane for Oakland. Trevor taking quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of poke. We do have pings coming down. Looks like Bensap could actually be roaming down into the bot lane. Bensap is going to take a bit of damage onto the Ahri. This is the one matchup that I think should be fine, generally speaking, for Citadel early. Just isolated in the 3v3 or the 2v2. Instinct going to trade a little bit onto Bully You. It was going to take quite a bit of damage. Trevor really has no way in, though. The root's going to come down. Quite a bit of damage is going to come down onto Trevor. Shaggy is going to continue to chase. Bully U is going to be stepping up. Got some damage coming over the wall. The heal is going to be popped for the extra movement speed. They are going to be chasing down Trevor. Bully U going to jump the wall with the flash. He's going to miss the Q. Trevor is going to be taken down, though. That's another kill going over to the Zeri. Obviously has to burn flash and heal in order to get there, but definitely worth it for the side of Oakland. That's 2 kills onto your Zeri. Another really good early game here from the bot lane of Oakland. They had a similarly good early game, at least like pre-5 minutes in game number 1. They just weren't able to hang on to it. Armeo looking for something on the top side, but Bully, you could be in another position to kind of look really good in this game if things end up going right. Toasty, how are you? Asila in chat calling out the Lissandra. Makes sense. Yeah, this is a good early game from Oakland. They've had a really good pre-5 minutes in both of these games. I've been very impressed with the aggressiveness, specifically Bully U. I think he has been really, really fun to watch. He has definitely been someone that's caught a lot of attention. Is Asila better than Bradley? Well, let's ask Asila. Big trade on the top side for Philip. I wouldn't imagine this lane is Ambessa favored. Maybe I'm crazy, but no, but this matchup is fun for both sides. Yeah, for sure. I think I definitely can see a world where... Oh, and Trevor's going to flash over the wall. He's going to get onto the Ahri. The charm is going to land. The CC lockdown's coming in. The Ignite is not going to be enough. Hensap is going to be able to get out by utilizing the flash. That will burn the summoner spell of the mid laner, and we will reset, but that could potentially be a repeat gank. Looks like Under is going to take it. Yes, it does look like Under is going to take it here. Only 2 kills, free 5 minutes. So for those of you who bet your imaginary bits on that, congratulations. Instinct just going to look to try and catch as much as he can here. These junglers are going to have to do a lot. I think this is a big game for the Xin Zhao. I talked about that in pregame. I think if the Xin Zhao doesn't really get going, this could be a bit of a problem, especially with the Zeri being accelerated as much as she is. Bully U is a very aggressive and was a very talented player in game number 1. He looked really good in that first game, was the one kind of pulling back a lot of those fights on the Kai'Sa, just diving into the backline. And so having gold onto him on this Zeri, definitely going to be something interesting to watch. And that Xin Zhao, I think, is going to be very important towards corralling a lot of this tempo back in favor. Trevor going to look to get a little bit of a trade in, but gonna have to sacrifice quite a bit of health to do so. Bully U just chunking out Instinct. Big trade coming in from the Zeri, and it's just brutal down here in the bot lane for Citadel at the start here. Mid laners are going to hit 6. TV, you lost your house on that bet. Probably deserved, if that's where you were at. Bully U Shaggy complete masterclass. Hey, Maddie took the under. He was expecting this. He was expecting a slow start. Trevor roaming around the mid lane. Bentap is also there. So if we see any action, Trevor going to look for that repeat Hex Flash, but is going to just be able to get onto Bensap, get a bit of damage down. Just annoy the jungler. Nothing more, nothing less. Armeo going to take top crap here. This game is definitely different in terms of pacing from game number 1. When we were at 7 minutes, I think we had like 15 kills in game number 1. Go Pulse. Yeah. X-Flash going to come over. Trevor is going to stun up into the wall, and it's a beautiful, beautiful follow-up. Bradley's going to be able to pick up the kill. Great ult from Ambessa there. Fantastic combo from Trevor and Philip to be able to pick up that kill. And that kill going on Bradley is pretty important, I would say, for Citadel. They needed that play. Trevor definitely looking aggressive in this game. Sometimes it's cost him in that bot lane 2v2, but definitely understood that he needed to get out on the map. Needed to start creating a lot of plays elsewhere. That's exactly what happened there. Kappa, indeed. Gold lead is basically equalized. Bradley is up quite a bit. This is not nearly the lane state that we saw in game number 1 from either Bradley nor Instinct and Trevor. Obviously, Bradley was up like 80 CS in game number 1 at one point over Hensap in that against the Galio as the Cassiopeia. Definitely still up in this mid lane matchup, and Bradley generally has just looked like the better laner in this series, but we'll see what the Lissandra can do. Who won first game? It is 1-0 Citadel at the current moment. I can probably throw that up on the screen somewhere. Let's see. I can probably throw that up. Hey, Censored, how are you? We hate Psycho Raven. Insane. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to throw that up. Maybe in between games. Yeah, it is 1-0. Thank you for a reminder of YouTube chat, by the way. I have it popped out in like a separate window because OBS wouldn't let me add it for some reason. You're good, Oatmeal. No worries. Oh, it's a big engage coming in from Shaggy. It's going to be the flash ult coming out from the Renata. The Zeri's going to pop the ultimate as well. Trevor's getting dangerously low. The flash in from Bully is going to be able to pick up the kill. Instinct getting low as well. Bit of a trade on the top side, but we have Citadel collapsing on the bot side. We could potentially see this Zeri have a hard time getting out. Armeo gonna land all of the CC on top of the Zeri. She's just surviving. The W is just barely going to miss, but Bradley is here for the cleanup. The ult is going to land. The shutdown's gonna come in onto the Zeri, but the turnaround coming in from the Vi. The ultimate coming out. Hensap with a fantastic re-engage. He's going to fall. Is he gonna be able to pick up Armeo? He is not. At the end of the day, it ends up being a fantastic fight for Citadel. Actually, a fantastic fight. Armeo with a fantastic play in general on the Xin Zhao. He played that really well. Instinct doing a great job to stay alive on the Corki. And unfortunately, Oakland just bit off a tad bit more than maybe they could chew in that fight. It was a really good idea, and honestly, it was a really good 2v2 from Bully and Shaggy. But the more that Citadel got involved, the more that things ended up trying to be turned. That's where Citadel's going to find a lot of their success, is a lot of these extended plays. So really, really nice win. This Zeri still is in a really good spot, sitting, 20 CS up, 3 kills. This is a really good place to be. Wild Arrow's completed. Ghost is going to be burned by the Darius. Bradley is here. Trevor is here as well. Is the Darius going to be able to get out of this? The root's going to land. The ult's going to come down. The stun is going to come up. Do they have enough damage, though, to be able to kill him before he gets under that tower? It doesn't look like they do. The rest of the team has collapsed, and it's a lot burned on the side of Citadel for no kill. They are going to get Prio over the Void Grubs here, and that Darius is definitely getting chunked out by Bradley, but nothing to show on the scoreboard in particular just yet for the side of Citadel. Armeo, early player of the series or what? Yeah, Armeo's been fantastic today. Oh, and he's going to land the root onto Bradley. He's going to get caught in a bad position. He's going to have to ult himself, but I do not think that's going to be enough. And there's a solo kill on the bot side. Bully ends up solo killing Instinct. He burns Barrier. We have a kill on the top side. Bradley getting caught out. We see Instinct getting solo killed on the bot side, and now we see Hensap getting caught out with a death bush by Armeo and Trevor. Philip picking up the kill there. Bully is going to pick up first tower on the bot side. Man, so much is happening. This Darius should be an LCS fast. Yeah, man. He looked crazy in game 1 on that set. This has been a good series overall for Oakland, and honestly, Bully has been insane. Getting that solo kill is huge. 4 kills Zeri is a very dangerous place to be if you are Citadel in particular in this one. Still a gold lead, a 1k gold lead over to the side of Citadel, mostly off the back of Armeo and Bradley, just having quite a bit of gold over their lane opponents. Armeo up 20 CS. That's definitely going to help, but Dragon going to be started here by Citadel. Going to be the first second Dragon of the game here. Would be there first. I think we're going to see the game slow down a bit. I say as we see a collapse onto Hensap in the bot lane. Instinct going to throw out quite a bit of damage. He understands that he has to leave. The charm is going to go wide. That means the stun is going to land from the Poppy. And that Corki just has way too much damage. They're going to be able to take down the Ahri. And it looks like Bensap is also going to be in quite a bit of trouble here. But just not enough damage to be able to take him down before he's able to get to safety. Bully, you just chunking out Philip. This Zeri is really becoming a problem. Yeah, this is definitely an action-packed game. That I can definitely say. Instinct is going to be very important here, if he can get online. looks like we're looking here, and it's going to be the ult pop by Armeo. He's going to look to try and engage this fight. He's onto Shaggy, but he doesn't really have any damage follow-up. He's just going to get locked up and shut down here by the Darius. That's another over-eager play. Armeo getting caught out a bit in the jungle and just being taken advantage of. That gold lead is starting to disappear. It's still at about 1K, but those are the small mistakes that are going to help Oakland get back into this game. And once again, it's just more gold onto the carries that really need it. Hensap is obviously kind of out of this game on the Ahri, but when you're looking at the Darius, when you're looking at the Zeri, both of those champions are going to be very relevant as we continue to play this game onwards. And it's definitely going to be intriguing to see how they end up shutting those down. Instinct is picking up quite a bit of CS now, just being able to catch every wave, but definitely still very far behind Bully. Nice trade there from him. As long as he can land those rockets, that damage is going to come forward. We do see some collapses coming in. The Vi is here. Obviously, Trevor going to dissuade a lot of those engages. Going to hit the knockup. Hensap not going to be able to land anything, but he is actually going to be able to land the charm onto Trevor. Easy kill for Bully. And Trevor sacrificing his life in order to keep his AD carry alive. Just another great proactive play from Oakland. They've been very active on the map, and look at that gold lead. It's gone. It is even between these two teams, and so there's a lot going on here. Bradley getting very far ahead in the mid lane, though. 142 to 97 in terms of the CS score. Basically, any gold lead that Citadel has is entirely in the middle of the map at this current moment on that Lissandra. Bensap is going to be looking for his Krugs, but he's going to find Armeo and Bradley instead. Bradley going to pick up the kill to even further compound his lead in this game, and that's the advantage of vision, friends. That is why we always talk about vision being important, is stuff like that. But Bradley going to continue to play aggressive. He understands that there's really nobody on the map right now that's going to be able to answer him all that easily. And it's going to force the Ahri to play a lot safer. He's got the protection of Armeo and Trevor. We'll see what ends up happening around the Dragon here. I think that's going to be a big telling point towards which team is going to take a lot of control and which team wants to take a lot of control in terms of the aggressiveness throughout this game. I just find it very difficult to believe that there's going to be a circumstance where a 5v5 doesn't go in favor of the Zeri, unless you're able to get on the Zeri effortlessly. But this Darius is also incredibly strong. Bully has just been so aggro. Perhaps he could be a little bit too aggressive at times. They are going to look to chase down Armeo, but Instinct is here. He's going to jump in onto WZek. The Darius is going to get knocked up, but the hostile takeover is going to come out. Not going to do nearly as much as maybe you would have wanted. Trevor with the stun up, and that Darius is locked into Oblivion. Bradley kind of getting chunked onto the other side. Going to have to ult himself. Oh my goodness, the bailout coming in onto the Darius is going to keep him alive for so long, but the Mbessa, Philip on the other side of this fight is going to completely obliterate Oakland. That's a double kill for the Mbessa. That's Instinct cleaning up on the top side. And that is a massive fight victory for Citadel. That firmly puts them in full control of this game. It was looking a little bit dicey there for a second, but one team fight is all you really need. Oh, and Trevor just going to be able to pick up the kill onto Hensap. Bensap's going to be looking for something here, but the aggressive plays are coming in. Bensap looking to trade 1-for-1. Best case scenario here, he doesn't even get to do that. Philip is going to be able to lock him up. He's going to be able to take him down. He's on a rampage. He's 4-0-1. And Citadel are in full control. Bradley smurfed that fight so hard. Yeah, he 1v3'd on the backline of that fight. That ultimate was super clutch. Lissandra can do that, But that's what you get. Look at the gold disparity in the mid lane. It's 175 CS to 108. I mean, this is just diabolical. In the middle of the map, Bradley is just so far ahead. He has the luxury of being able to play fights like that. But really, really great fight coming in there from Citadel. Once again, it gives them full control, and that's kind of where we saw them separate themselves in game number 1, although I will say it's a little bit later. Pulse x Maryville x McDonald's, Toasty Alex. True. How are you allowed to play for 3 NACL teams at once? Armeo going to get a little bit caught out here. Darius is going to land the pull in. Armeo going to jump onto Shaggy. He's going to look to try and blow up the Renata before anything can happen. Is he going to have enough damage? He is not. He's going to get taken down, and it's another kill going over to Bully. This was some of the problems that we saw pop up in game number 1 for Citadel, is just a little bit over-eager, a little bit over-aggressive in terms of their plays, not necessarily being able to always win every single fight that they want to start. Kind of seems to be the case once again. I understand the agency of wanting to fight around this mid-game. You're getting a little bit worried about this 6-kill Zeri scaling later. She's already 2 items. She's already in a great spot, but this is going to open up the opportunity for Dragon, I would say, but no, it's going to open up the idea for Citadel to completely destroy Oakland in this team fight. It's going to be 2 dropping just to start. The bot lane goes down. Hensap looks like he's going to be able to get out. Bensap is on Dragon, but Trevor going to Hex Flash over the wall, going to stun him up. He's got the smite. If he's going to be able to get it low enough, he's going to be able to take it, but he won't get there. It's going to be Instinct taking him down. It's going to be Citadel grabbing the Dragon, and that's going to be another massive gold swing in favor of Citadel. We have gone from basically an even game to a 5k gold lead within the span of the last 5 minutes, and it's just a lot of these fantastic engages, these really, really well-timed, I guess, fights, these overreaches from Oakland that they've just been punished for over and over again. So, again, credit to Citadel. They played out this mid-game really well. Shaggy is going to jump over, but Armeo will be able to grab the red. This game is still very winnable. If last game we could see it come back, we could definitely see it come back in this one. This game is much more winnable than game 1 was, and we still saw a lot of interesting things, but it's definitely going to be a tough one. It was really close there for a second. There were definitely some moments. Hex Flash potentially coming over from Trevor. Isn't going to be able to land on the Bully U. I think that was the priority target. Not going to be able to get there, but this looks like the rotation up to Rift Herald. Trevor, continuing to look, is going to land the stun onto Shaggy. He's going to get knocked up. The hostile takeover is going to come out. Nazario will also drop. Trevor will fall first. Shaggy is going to survive in the back of this fight, but Armeo is going to dive in. He's going to get blown up by the Darius, who's just barely going to survive, but just too much damage coming out from the side of Citadel. The moment that Philip ends up joining this fight, it ends up being unwinnable. Bradley with the double kill. Instinct putting out a ton of damage. The laners are coming in clutch for Citadel. Philip has had a great game. Bradley has had an unbelievable game at Instinct, really starting to turn things around after a rough early game. Citadel really starting to pull apart, and this could be looking like a 2-0 in favor of Citadel if things continue the way that they are going. Get a sip of water. Ooh. These games are too fun. I'm talking too much. Herald should be the objective here. Should be pretty free. Does look like Oakland is going to path down to Otacon. See if they have any sort of aggressive tendencies. Looks like it is just going to be Herald. Are they going to make their way down to bot lane immediately? We'll see if Oakland has the gall to immediately start up Otacon. They do not. What do you think about the BFT instead of Malig for behind Ahri? I'm a huge fan of BFT. I am a simp for BFT. I generally think it's good in most situations. So I certainly have no problem with it. I am definitely a fan of the BFT in general, personally. The charm is going to... see, I was distracted. I didn't even see Trevor walk in and instantly die to 5 members of Oakland. Definitely not the play that you want to make there. Ends up getting hit with the charm, I believe, and just can't escape, but... definitely still an open game state. I mean, whenever you have a 7-kill Zeri, like, you can still win these fights. Darius is still going to be strong, and he's still going to be a problem for the backline. If he can land on priority targets, if he can get on the Corki, I could see that being an issue. The only major problem that I see Oakland running into is just, I don't know how they deal with Mbessa and Lissandra. I think that's going to be very difficult for them to have to deal with. Bradley and Philip are both in such great positions right now. Bradley has a ridiculous amount of gold. I would assume by far the most in the game. And then Philip, obviously just in a really crazy spot. So that would be my concern. If Mbessa or Lissandra can land on Zeri, then your fight's just kind of doomed. But if Zeri can pop off, like, you can still win these fights, even with the Ahri and the Vi not being particularly relevant in terms of gold in the game right now. We got pings. Potential collapse here onto Bradley. Is he going to be able to get out in time? It looks like they're looking for him. They can't quite find him. Oh, he's going to survive. It's funny. We didn't have a lull like this at all in game number 1. Oh, and just as I say that, Philip. WZek looking to trade. It's going to be a 3v2 down on the bot side. And unfortunately, Bensap's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's going to get blown up by the Mbessa ultimate. It's going to be another kill going over to Philip, and he's just in such a great spot. Although I will say Bradley jumping into the middle of the enemy team. He's going to ult. He's going to stopwatch. He's going to live for so long to allow Instinct and Philip to be able to get into this fight. He's going to survive. WSEC is getting lower and lower. Instinct might try to greed for this kill. Is he going to land the rocket? He is, but it's not going to pick up the kill. It does not matter. Zeri will trade one onto the Lissandra, but it is another ace coming in from Citadel. And just another gorgeous fight from Bradley. Him going in, stunning for, using his ultimate, using that stopwatch, surviving as long as he did, pulling so much aggro as long as he did. It just opens the door for Philip and Instinct to have such an easy time in these team fights, and they genuinely just were unable to do anything. Like, there's nothing Oakland can do in this situation. Trevor completely shutting down this Vial, though, is taking quite a bit of damage. Instinct going to be able to trade a bit. It's going to take a tower shot, but Shaggy is here. Not going to be a lot of counterplay, though. Xin Zhao's going to start up on the Drake. This will be third dragon for Citadel. That will put them at soul point going into the back half of this game. Is Bradley a newer player? Never heard of him, but he sure is showing some prowess. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think I'd call Bradley a newer player personally. Just my personal opinion. Just my personal opinion. I'm a grandpa. I can't really say anything. I turned 27 this year. I'm ancient. All right, Wave State has equalized out a bit. We're going to see some pushes coming in. Baron is spawning in 44 seconds. Posturing coming out. Trevor just attempting to establish vision priority, as we say on the channel. Just a lot of waiting for that Baron to spawn, a lot of setup coming out. And Zap is going to grab that red buff. Hopefully he's going to get that recall in time. I think the problem for Oakland in this game is I just don't really see an avenue for them to keep Zeri safe in these fights. Again, Zeri is so strong, and she's in a great spot, but the Vi and Ahri are basically non-existent, and you don't really have as much peel as maybe you would like outside of that. This is where I do think something like Janna would have been a little bit better. That's why I was a little bit more critical of the Renata pick. I understand it because it lets you win early a bit more, especially against something like Poppy. It makes that 2v2 a little bit more difficult to play out. But Baron is free here for Citadel. They're going to start it up. Not even a contest coming in from the side of Oakland. It's just going to be given for lane priority on the other side. And that will be the Maddie Socials Baron buff power play. Congratulations. As we say, because there is a non-legally distinct other Baron buff power play that I can't give him. A crazy drive-in from Philip. Drives it directly into the wall in order to get some damage on WSEC. He's actually going to ult on top of the Darius, but the shields are going to come out. Was this a mistake? The ult's going to get popped by Zeri. He's going to get locked up, and a shutdown going to come in. Philip is going to be able to take him down, but Hensap is once again going to be chased down on the bottom side of the map by Trevor and by Bradley. It's a 1-for-1, but probably could have been a 1-for-0. I gotta give it to Philip, though. He saw that he had 0 deaths in the game, and he said, nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. You're surprised they didn't take Zeri Lulu on 2-3 instead of the Ahri? I am as well. I think I definitely would have understood the Lulu a lot more on 3. I was talking about that in draft. This tower's gonna get sieged down. The Baron minions are just a little bit too strong. We've got our Mayo split pushing in the middle of the map. Doesn't look like they're gonna be able to get too much here. Although we could potentially see an overextension. Got Bradley sticking around. He's going to use the W, though, so no play to be made. No more stun for Lissandra, and it's just going to be a quick exit and a disengage coming in from Citadel. Rough game for the middle of the map here for Bensap and Hensap. I don't even really blame them. Like, this wasn't even entirely their fault. Bradley's just had an absolute clinic throughout this entire game and throughout this entire series. He's been exceptional. I think Armeo has maybe been the player of the entire series. He's looked so good through the first couple of games. Philip was awesome on the Abessa here. Even if he did struggle a bit in the 1v1s in both games, just being a little bit over-eager in terms of some of the matchups. You know, Instinct doing a great job. He's 7-1. He's 7-1-9. Like, after that early game where Zeri ended up having like 4 free kills, this is a great game state to be in if you're Citadel. You've just capitalized on a lot of the important moments. Booked your tattoo appointment for Citadel win. You should. They're winning the entire OQs. They're not losing a single game, right? All right, we're calling that out. But yeah, it's been a great series. It's been a great game, especially for Citadel. Let me grab some water. Oh. Trevor looking for Shaggy. Root gonna land. Probably don't need to commentate on that. You're betting $1 million on Citadel? Alright. Okay. I'll be the bookie. You can give me the $1 million. I promise I'll pay it out if it wins. Perfect. Just sweeping. Bradley escaping. We're going to see some delayed pushes. They are pinging. They are looking for this Darius. WZek might be a little bit overextended. Trevor's going to not get the stun into the wall, but it might be just enough to be able to take down the Darius. The Mbessa ult just barely not going to land. And that's going to be the end of that engage. And just like that, we're going to be moving towards Dragon. It's going to be Cloud Soul here for Citadel if they do want to end up grabbing that, which it looks like they will. The Dragon has spawned. Cloud Soul not entirely the most relevant one they could have gotten this game, but I don't think it's the worst. You know, I think it's good for Lissandra. It's good for Mbessa. And that will be Cloud Soul taken. About 29 minutes into the game. Gold lead has ballooned to about 9,500. Really great spot for Citadel to be in. This is definitely not like game number one. Game number one, they got this big lead and looked to throw it. And now they are collapsing onto WZek once again. He no longer has the flash. The teleport's going to come in, but it's completely unnecessary. Bradley's going to be able to pick up the kill. Philip will join, and this could be the game-ending push coming in. The charm is going to land onto Bradley. He's going to get stunned up by the Vi ultimate as well. He never had time to press a button. He goes down. The hostile takeover is going to pop, and it's going to get Trevor to a quarter health. Hensap's in a really good position to potentially blow someone up, but he's not going to be able to land the charm. Armeo on the back line. He's going to insec on the Zinshell ult. Shaggy's going to get super low. The bailout's not going to be enough. The Vi goes down. The Renata goes down. The Zeri goes down, and that's going to be an ace. That's going to be a win for Citadel, and that's going to be the series 2-0. Fantastic stuff coming in from Citadel. Just an absolutely dominant series. GG's all around. Credit to Oakland University. They put up a really big fight. Credit to players like Bully and Shaggy and WZek that played really well in this series. Even Hensap and Bensap, their scorelines are not indicative of how they ended up playing. This was a fun series, but Citadel is the one to come out on top with a 2-0 victory. Great stuff. Great stuff. That was awesome. All right. Whew. GG's. GG's. Bradley topping the damage charts on Lissandra. Very funny. Let's get that lo-fi back on. My bad. My bad, chat. Is it just you or does Trevor have the best mechanics? Trevor's a beast. Trevor's really good. Trevor's been really good for a very long time. Oh, GG's, everybody. Let me check and see if the bracket's updated. Yeah, we do have bracket updates. Not for Friendly Fellas and Akuma. What's the origin of my name? I'm going to be honest, I don't remember. Oh. Sorry, my computer had a bit of a meltdown there. Can you guys see anything? You can? All right. Because I don't see anything. I'm going to go to this, and then this. Oh, man. I can't see anything. That's not good. I can't control Alt Delete. That'll shut off the stream. Oh well. I'll have to assume that you guys can see the screen. Turn on a light in here. It's getting dark. It's getting dark on the East Coast. right. Well, great first series for Citadel. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. We'll have some time to chat. This was a 2-0, and so we'll probably have a little bit of time. I don't see an outcome for Friendly Fellas and Akuma just yet. So we're gonna have some time. Again, congratulations to Oakland. They played really well today. I certainly do not want it to come across as if I'm not celebrating what Oakland was able to do. They played really well here today, but Citadel was just a little bit better, and they're gonna be moving on. But we'll be back probably in like 3 to 5 minutes. I'm gonna grab some water, and I'll see you guys then. All right, we're back. We are back, and it looks like it's going to be Friendly Fellas. It looks like it's going to be Friendly Fellas versus Citadel here. So let me go to the media tab, and let me grab the Friendly Fellas icon. What a crazy first series. What a banger. Doing a good job. You're a great commentator. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me, I gotta grab the team logos. For Friendly Fellas, right? Congratulations to Friendly Fellas, by the way, for picking up that win. That was a tough first round match for both. I think both are going to feel bad that they drew each other in round one, both Friendly Fellas and Akuma. I think that is that's a brutal round one draw. I think both of those teams were round 2 caliber. But they'll have the chance to prove that. It's double elim, so nobody's eliminated just yet. Do we have a logo for them in here? Okay, maybe not. Do they have a logo? Let me check the Leaguepedia. Yeah, let's, if anybody has it, let me know. I don't know, I gotta find this. It'll be here somewhere. All right. But yeah, what do you guys think? What anybody in here watch any of the other round 1 games? Any big upsets happen? We can take a look at the bracket if you guys want. You're gonna have to let me know if you can see this, because my entire OBS is completely glitched out at the current moment. So you're gonna have to let me know if you can see the bracket on the screen right now. But this should be updated. You can look for upsets. Some series aren't done yet. They're probably going to 3. No major upsets yet. In fact, no upsets at all yet in terms of seeding. Ocean's Echo beat Novasphere. That's the only one that I've seen that's lower seeded. Drop Dead. Drop Dead beat Contingent. Nice, good for them. I know Drop Dead's also streaming. Wardens won. Near Airport 2-0. I would have hoped they 2-0'd their silver counterparts. All right. Side selection's happening. Probably can't show y'all that. I'll go back to the BRB screen. I'll go back to the BRB screen. Yeah, it doesn't look like Friendly Fellas has a logo. And if anybody from Friendly Fellas is in chat, send me a logo. Yeah, no, I'm looking through all this. I don't see one. I don't think we have a logo here. So I think it's just... Alright. That's fine. I'll just type their name, I guess. Let me change the title here. Versus Friendly Fellas Round Winners. Okay. It should be updated on there. Let's copy that to YouTube. All right. Bueno. We're getting closer. And it looks like we're not going to have to wait. I figured we would have to wait. But it doesn't look like we're waiting, which is good. We're going right into the game here. Now, Friendly Fellas is very good. For those of you who have not been keeping up with the teams here, there are going to be quite a few names that you will recognize if you are an NACL fan or big fan of Tier 2. Moose Hater, Wiggly, Wixie, all on this team. All very familiar players. This is definitely a different challenge to Oakland in game number 1. Credit to Oakland, they played really well. I'm certainly not trying to talk down on them. They played really well. But this is definitely a bit more of an expected to be good kind of team. And they took down Akuma in round 1, who was like Portia and Will and Sudsy. Like they were a good team, so it's gonna be interesting. I think this is gonna be a good matchup. All right, we might be getting in here. We might be getting in here real quick. Yeah, speed running the bracket? Indeed. Indeed. Who needs to play for 7 hours when you can play for 4? All right, they are doing draft, I believe, on out of client. So we will wait for that. But yeah, let's talk about this bracket. Let's talk about all of the teams that ended up winning. Can you guys see it? The bracket here? All right, then let's talk about the bracket. Obviously, Near Airport moving on, expected. Wardens moving on. We could be heading towards a Near Airport Wardens clash, which would just kind of be the dream. Watching Double Lift versus Dantes. That'd be pretty banger. Let me see. This looks like a draft link. I assume you guys can see the draft? Cool. All right. This is definitely going to be a more... I would say, I don't want to say more competitive. That feels like I'm talking down to Oakland. They played well, but this is going to be... You know, Friendly Fellas is a genuinely great team. Moose Hater on the top side. Wiggly, longtime jungler. Wixie, you're going to be very familiar with. A lot of good players on this team. A lot of good players on this team. I'm going to go to the BRB really quick. Just to check out this. Move this over here really fast. Okay. All right. You guys should be able to see the draft here. Friendly Fellas is going to be on blue side for game 1. Excellent. Excellent. I didn't know this team had Wixie and Moose Hater. This should be another fun one. Yeah, this should be a really fun one. Pull this over really quick. Okay, I don't know why it's done that. It's taken me to a different desktop. Because why would it not do that? Here, I'm curious. What do you guys see when I do this? Like, my desktop, or do you see the draft? Okay. It's curious how OBS works. I'm not a streamer, guys. You gotta stick with me. Shout out Fire Emblem, by the way. Anybody who watches the videos knows. Represent. Thanks, chat. I appreciate it. Shout out Byleth. Even though that wasn't Byleth. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. Pro Golden Deer. I don't know if this is the chat to poll. If this was a regular stream, I would absolutely be polling houses. I always have the OST on the background of my videos. Yeah, I do. Yeah, every video. It's just good background music. It's good music. I've had it forever. Someone asked me earlier, and I feel bad for not answering in depth, what's the origin of my name? There really isn't one. I went by K-Man Rocks, like forever. That was just generally the name I went by, and then that was taken on YouTube, so I made it Super. And that's just stuck. I'm not like, you know, mega attached to it. But it does work. It's got a ring. It's got a ring. It's something. It might be a little long, but it's got a ring. Let me see. Why is it opening on the wrong tab? Okay, draft has already started. Every time I'm opening Persona 5 tab, like it's going to my Persona 5 tabs and not this one. Like I don't really understand why it's doing that. Anyways. There we go. Oh, perfect, paramedic. I'm glad you could hear me talk about it. Okay, so we're already kind of into draft. I assume you guys can see this, right? We've got Skarner, Corki, Oriana on blue side for Friendly Fellas. Very standard start to the draft here. Skarner and Ori are a very classic duo, and Citadel going for the Sejuani Ashe and Jax. They had the Ashe banned permanently in game number 1, or in series number 1. They themselves banned the Ashe in both games, so they clearly value it highly. We're gonna pick that up here. Zac and Poppy, the round 2 bans on the side of Citadel. Garen, Callista, and Cho'Gath were first taken off the board. For Citadel, it was Mbessa, Varus, and Azir. For Friendly Fellas, and Aurelion Sol was that 4th ban on blue side. But overall, it's a pretty standard drafts, just in general. Yone is going to be the final ban. Yone will be the final ban. That makes a lot of sense. I think taking Yone off the board to pair with the Sejuani, very strong. Bradley can definitely play it. Going to be the Victor hover for now. We'll see if that ends up being locked, but it just adds on to this idea of late game scaling for Citadel. The Sejuani and the Jax kind of already point you in that direction, but the Victor really solidifies that. Oh, we'll see. It's going to be the Aurora. It is going to be the Aurora here for Citadel. They will leave their counter pick for support. Makes sense. That's kind of standard in the current meta. But it will be the Aurora as the answer to the Oriana. We've seen Aurora have a ton of success. That champion can do an absolutely ludicrous amount of damage if left unchecked. It's going to be Mundo as the answer on the top side to the Jax. This is kind of what I would expect from Friendly Fellas. This is the exact style that you would expect out of their players. This is a team full of people who like to pick weird things. And I think Mundo definitely tracks. I mean, Moose Hater more than almost anybody on the top side, so. And it will be the Alistair as the final lock for Friendly Fellas. So completing that comp, you're looking at, you know, a pretty decent, I guess, pretty straightforward comp. It's going to be the Lulu hover here for Citadel. That would be interesting alongside the Ashe. We haven't really seen a lot of that. Typically, when you see Ashe, you see a lot of combo lanes. You see a lot of things that want to be a little bit more roam-oriented because Ashe doesn't need a ton of resources. The Lulu would certainly be an interesting pick. Not saying it would be a bad pick, just that it would be an interesting one. And I'm interested to see if they end up going for it. Looks like they are. Looks like it will end up being the Lulu here. The timer is stopped. So, looks like it's going to be a pretty interesting draft, all things considered. I'm interested to see specifically how Fellas plays the map. I think that's going to matter a lot for them this game, because Citadel just have, like, perma map control if they want it. Jack's Aurora is just very difficult to deal with, and like Ashe on top of that is very difficult to deal with. So definitely interesting. Definitely an interesting draft. We're gonna go ahead and try and get this into game. Since it's not in client, we have a bit more to talk about. Just trying to make sure everything is set up properly. And we're gonna jump into the tournament draft portion of it. We're going to move that over and jump into that view. We are going to pull some stuff up for me on second screen, or not, or have a crash. That's cool too. Who cares, man? All right. Who do you guys think won draft? Curious to hear in chat. I wish I didn't take it off the screen, but we'll see it in game. I'll ask again once we start up who you guys think did better in the drafting phase. I think this is a pretty balanced draft for both teams. I think both teams have obvious angles to be able to win here. And I'm excited to see what they each end up going for, because I think there is a lot of room for flexibility between both of these drafts. So I know that feels like a very vague statement, but it's mostly because these drafts are kind of vague. Like, I think both of them scale very well, but neither of them are like... Actually, no. Both of them really are like team fight comps. Like, if you want to do it like that. I think, obviously, the split push idea comes to mind first for Citadel. If you're looking for Citadel win conditions in this one, the team fight win condition is good. I think it's definitely much more front to back for Friendly Fellas. I mean, Orianna, Skarner, Corki is just very difficult to deal with later on in games. And I think you are kind of relying on Jax and Aurora just kind of being nuisances. Early game will matter here. I think when you're talking about who you think is better early, like that's where I think that Citadel can really get a big advantage. Because you would argue that they kind of have 3 winning lanes, especially with the Sejuani to be able to help. I think Aurora will always have tempo over Orianna. I think Jax will have tempo over Mundo. At least that's what I would anticipate. And, you know, I would assume Ashe Lulu is a little bit more aggressive early, just naturally due to melee support. So, specifically that Aurora, I think it's going to be a big game for Bradley. He had a fantastic series against Oakland. If you're just tuning in, this is game number 1 of Friendly Fellas versus Citadel Gaming. You like the Aurora a lot. I do as well. I think the Aurora is like a really big piece towards this comp. It really does kind of tie everything together. But yeah, I agree. I think the Aurora is really good. I think Jax Aurora is very difficult to deal with. I think Sejuani really enables both of them. The Ashe can really set that up as well. The only thing I was a bit confused by is the Lulu. I think it does make sense for protection. But really, I think when I think of what you want out of Lulu, typically speaking, I'm thinking a lot more like straightforward front-to-back teamfight stuff. And that's not really what I would expect them to be particularly good at. They scale really well. Like, there is a world in which this late game is just monstrous for Citadel. But I just don't really expect that, I guess. I think the front-to-back of Friendly Fellas is better, and I think the map control, like the split push of Citadel is better. So I think a lot of that's going to come down to it. I think Citadel has a much better early game, which I think really does influence this. You know, I think if they're going to be able to control tempo of this game quite a lot, that's going to be good. I'm not quite sure how good their skirmishing is, especially if they don't have a big gold lead. That's something that we're going to have to see. Also, anybody who's like a experienced co-streamer in chat, can I call them by their like the real names, like Moose Hater and Wiggly and Wixie? I don't have to call them Duo Queen 1, do I? But it should be a fun game. If Bradley pops off and like really dominates like he did last series, I think it's gonna be very difficult for for Friendly Fellas to win. But we're just vibing. We gotta wait for that 3-minute spectator delay. I want to hear you guys' thoughts. Let me know. There's a lot of you in chat. Let me know what you think about the drafts. Who won? Who lost? What do teams need to do? What are you looking for? Who's kind of gonna have to step up and be good today? I think Citadel stands a chance. I would sure hope so. Intrigued to see them play against these fellas. You know, now you're really spitting. Is damage not lacking a lot on friendly side? I think Corki Oriana is fine. We can go to here. You guys should be able to see it. Oh, I just realized. I just have to get rid of the images, don't I? Because I can't see anything in my OBS. So I think I just have to get rid of these. Anybody from Friendly Fellas, if you have a logo, please send it to me. Please, please God. All right, we're in game. Oh, I completely forgot to... where are you? No more lo-fi. Game time. Game time, no lo-fi. All right, here we go. Game number 1. Just use Moose Hater's face. Oh, you're kind of based for that. Dude, I wish I could. I can't see anything on my OBS. You get the Citadel logo, and that's really it.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right, we got some fighting at level 1. Bradley and Moose Hater are going to be back and forth here a bit. All right. God, Maddie, I wish I could. Maddie, I wish I could. My OBS is actually just not working. I can't see a single thing on it, so I wouldn't be able to put it up. But you guys will at least know who Citadel is. All right. Much more passive level 1 than we've gotten in recent weeks or recent games from Citadel. They're not getting first blooded, which is always a positive. Bradley going to trade a bit early here with Dun. And I would expect the early game to be relatively passive. Again, I think Citadel's in a really good spot early. I think the Sejuani is going to have quite a bit of tempo. Skarner can do quite a, you know, he can equalize, but especially with the lane swap here with Friendly Fellas lane swapping onto the top side, I just don't really see a situation where that's going to be huge. Philip's actually going to get caught out a bit here. A little bit too far forward, perhaps expecting the Dr. Mundo to be the one to come into lane. Not expecting to see the Alistair and the Corki. Going to get stuck in the alcove. And we'll take a bit of chip damage, but nothing too consequential. And more trading just happening in the mid lane here. It's going to suck early for Philip. He's actually not in a great spot. It's going to flash come in from Tyson, and it's going to be a first blood going over to Wixie, going over to Friendly Fellas, and I do believe that is 3 first bloods in a row that are going against Citadel. They have given over first blood in all 3 games so far here today. Just kind of par for the course. It's part of the trend. Really big play, though, from the bot lane here from Friendly Fellas. That is a great flash from Tyson and just generally an overextension from Philip. Now, not only does he have to burn the teleport to get back into lane, but of course he burned flash to try and survive that and just couldn't. Definitely not an ideal set of circumstances for Philip early on. And the Corki getting online, not a great thing for Citadel either. So they're going to have to be able to bounce back from that, but we've seen them come back from worse. They definitely were in a more precarious position in Game 2. Everything else seems to be totally normal, totally equalized. I think Instinct and Trevor should have more pressure, theoretically, than Wixie and Tyson on the other side of this. If only just because the general pressure that Ashe gives a Dr. Mundo is probably more than what Corki can put out. Although, I would say if they were not lane swapped, I would probably like Corki Alistair a bit more. I think it's kind of up to, you know, whatever you want to say. I think the lane swap makes a lot of sense for a team that does want to delay. Lane swaps are dead now, though. Not this patch, but next one. Shout out Riot. Armeo just with a courtesy gank in the mid lane. I'm here. Hello. How are you? going to path himself back down to bot crab. And it will be crab for crab. Nothing eventful happening early on here. This is definitely not like the first series that we had on this channel here with Citadel. Those games were just so action-packed, so back and forth, but this definitely is looking like it's going to be a lot more cool, calm, and collected. That's what you would expect from some more experienced players, although Moose Hater definitely getting chunked out here by the Ashe. Damage is real. This is how you take advantage of a lane swap. Philip is going to be able to stop the back here of Tyson. We'll delay the Alistar at least a little bit. But just neutral clears. I think what you're looking for if you are Citadel in this early game is you're looking for gold leads. You're looking to see Instinct be able to get more out of the lane swap than Wixie will be able to, and you're specifically looking for Bradley to be able to win that lane matchup against Dun. I think that's a very important lane matchup in the mid lane here. If we're going to see a bad mid lane situation, or at least a neutral mid lane situation, I do think that favors Friendly Fellas. So we'll see. But Orianna can be quite annoying to try and punish early on in these games. Armeo just clearing back up. Raptors will be respawning. Looks like the top laners have equalized out. They're going to send Mundo back top. Top laners are relatively equal. Philip obviously had that death and had to burn both sums, which is not great for him. We could be seeing some pressure, but it's actually going to be over the first dragon that we see some pressure. It's going to be Skarner going in onto Trevor. A lot of engages coming out. Armeo going to lock up Tyson, and the Alistar's going to fall very quickly. Wixie's in a very bad spot now, and it's Wiggly who's getting chased down. The Ashe makes it very difficult to escape, but that is a big fight win for Citadel. They pick up their first kill of the game, and that's going to allow them to grab that first dragon as well. Just a bit of an overextension from Tyson. Trevor, though, could be in a bit of an aggressive spot. Wiggly is going to be the one to go in. He has to flash out. Trevor's going to be able to chase him, but it's Wixie that they turn their attention to, and Trevor's going to be able to pick up that kill. It's a 2-for-0 and not dragon in favor of Citadel, but 2 kills going over to the side of Citadel. Unfortunately, they are on the Sejuani and the Lulu. Not priority targets, but still very good fights coming in. 2 assists going over to the Ashe, and that's quite a bit of gold going over to the side of Citadel. They're up 1k gold now. They will trade Dragon for this. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to contest it, but really nice play overall from Citadel. This is what we've seen from them in the past couple of games. We've seen them be able to maybe survive some early deficits and not worry too much about some mistakes they'll make individually in some 1v1 lanes, because they are so good at being able to capitalize on these, 3v3 skirmishes that we talk about all the time on the channel. So really good stuff from Citadel. We'll see here. Wixie definitely has more prio with Instinct. A little bit low on health, but blue team is going to take that Infernal Drake. Wiggly could be in a rough situation here. He's going to get polymorphed out of his ability to get out of here, and that's going to be a kill over to the side of Citadel, and that's going to be the Feats of Warfare going to Citadel, although a huge knockup coming in from Tyson. Instinct is going to get bopped. The cleanse is going to come out. Trevor is getting low, but it's actually Wixie who's getting even lower. Trevor and Armeo doing a lot more damage than maybe Wixie was expecting. He's going to drop there. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Overall, 1-for-1 and Dragon. I think that that's a pretty good pullback for Friendly Fellas, but Tyson could be getting chased down by Bradley here. Knockup going to come out from the Alistar. Just not enough damage. Not going to be able to break through that Alistar this early on. The stun's going to come out. And Bradley will get a bit down, but not enough to make it worthwhile. As for builds, nothing out of the ordinary just yet. Basically everything we would expect from these champions. Tyson staying in lane. Bit low. But the fights have definitely started coming quick and fast. About a 1.5k gold lead here for Citadel. They're going to be able to hang on to that. Bradley looks like he's just going to be catching this wave in the bot lane. It's going to be difficult for Wixie and Tyson to be able to punish this really at any big way. We are seeing a Void Grub priority come out from Citadel. This was something they weren't showing as much of in the previous series. Good to see them take advantage of a comp that I think really does have that 3v3 advantage. They've already shown that they are good in that stage. The Grubs will be going over to Citadel. The first 3, at the very least, will be going over to Citadel. And of course, the Feats of Strength, the Feats of Warfare, I should say, going over to Citadel as well. That's definitely going to enable them. The only concern is at the kills. The kill allocation has not been ideal for them. 2 kills onto Sejuani, 2 kills onto Lulu. Lulu is the most... Oh, the Ashe Arrow is actually going to come down and land onto the Corki. The ult's going to come out from Bradley. It's going to get pushed to the other side. The tower will be safe enough. They're not able to capitalize, and that's 2 burned ultimates for Citadel, and they're not really able to capitalize. Although Trevor, Secret Agent Trevor coming through the backside. Bradley going to be able to pick up a kill onto Wixie. Tyson's getting very low, but the knockup comes out and that's absolutely huge for the side of Friendly Fellas. Bradley will be able to pick up the double kill, but they will have to trade Trevor. Wiggly picking up that shutdown onto the Lulu, and we've got to trade on the top side now. Philip gonna pop the ultimate. We move down to the bot side. Bradley going to be able to just get out of this, I believe. I don't think that the Orianna is going to have the range. I don't think Skarner is going to be able to get over the wall, although this champion can really move. Armeo is going to be here. Bradley's getting lower. Are they going to have the damage? They do. The shutdown is going to come in onto Skarner, onto Wiggly. And boy, what a chaotic trade that is for both of these teams. We walked in with a 1.5k gold lead for Citadel. We walk out with a 2k gold lead for Citadel, but once again, priority gold going on to some interesting members for Friendly Fellas. All of that gold going on to Skarner. Both of those shutdowns going on to Skarner in particular is pretty big. And, you know, Bradley getting a lot of those kills I think is very, very important for Citadel. We talked about it in the pregame, but Aurora having a lot of priority on this map I think is super important towards the success of this comp in the later part of the game. So, interesting fights. Certainly, you know, we were looking like it was going to be a little bit more passive than maybe the first series, but between these two teams, never. We're looking at 10 kills at 10 minutes. That's what we were looking to see. That's what we want to see out of these guys. We want to see action-packed games. Bradley in a really good spot now. Malignance has been completed for him. Still going to take a little bit of damage on the trade top side, but nothing that's too consequential. Once again, builds are intriguing. Malignance, I'm not sure if it was the first major item to be completed. Of course, the Heartsteel completed for Skarner on the other side. He's going to be very difficult to deal with. Wiggly's looking like he's going to have a pretty important game here for Friendly Fellas, but that gold lead just continues to get wider, and a lot of that gold is on the Sejuani. If this game does if this game does end up getting out of control, it's likely going to be through the jungle. It's probably going to be the Sedge just getting a little bit too strong. Grab a sip of water here. As I do that, Trevor gets knocked up and takes a bit of damage, but nothing too consequential. Oh, we got the Ash Arrow coming out. It's going to land onto Wixie. The damage is not quite there, though. Tyson going to be able to block quite a bit. He's going to take a lot of his health bar as well, but that's a lot of resources utilized by Wixie to just survive, and Armeo is pathing down. The Alistair's going to knock away, but that's not going to keep the Sejuani out, and Tyson will be the next to fall. The kill, I believe, will end up going over to Instinct. The cow ends up surviving a lot longer than many would anticipate, but 2 kills on the bot side for Citadel. They continue to push their lead, and once again, playing through the power of Armeo, moving around the map. He has had a fantastic day so far. He's 3-0-1 on this Sejuani. He's in a really good position to be able to really facilitate the rest of this game, and if he's going to be able to control the map in the way that he has recently, then this is going to be another very big win for Citadel. But we do see a trade on the top side. Moose Hater looking to get a bit of an advantage against the Jax. Got to make sure this Jax doesn't get out of control. That is a very sneaky win condition for Citadel in this game, is the Jax becoming a bit of a problem. We do see a teleport coming in. It's going to be Bradley on the Aurora. They want to fight over this dragon. This is a priority dragon for both of these teams. The Aurora is actually going to go onto Wixie, onto the back line. He's going to get super low, super fast, but the Execute's not going to come out. Armeo in the middle of 4. He is so tanky on the Sejuani, though, the suppression. The ultimate's going to come in on Bradley. They're going to be able to pick him off. The Corki picks up the kill. A fantastic Alistair engage, a 3-man knockup, and it's going to be Wixie flashing in to try to get the kills, but it's Armeo turning things around. An absolutely unbelievable fight for Instinct and Armeo as they are able to turn what looked like sure disaster for Citadel into a quadra kill for this Sejuani, and that will lead to the dragon as well. This game is ballooning out of control. Absolutely huge stuff coming in from Instinct and Armeo. It looked disastrous for Citadel at that moment. It looked like Bradley getting caught out. The Skarner ultimate was amazing. Wixie flashing forward, looking to be aggressive. That ended up being the unfortunate wrong choice, and now we have a 7-kill Sejuani on the other side. This champion is going to be very difficult to deal with throughout the rest of this game, and the Ashe is also very slowly becoming a problem. Up 20 CS, 10 assists, a 100 gold bounty, although Wiggly looking for Bradley here. Can't quite dodge the engage. He does have the ball on top of him. We'll see if anything comes out of that. Not enough damage to be able to pick off Bradley. The arrow is just narrowly going to go wide of Dun in the mid lane on that Orianna, but we come back to a relatively neutralized game state, with the exception of the gold lead here, a 3.5k gold lead coming in from Citadel. They look really great. XD indeed, Jordan. XD indeed. We actually see some collapsing on the top side. onto Moose Hater, this could be a pretty bad situation for him. And in fact, it's going to be the worst of situations. He's going to get taken down by Instinct. That's another kill going over to the Ashe. That just makes things even more difficult for Friendly Fellas moving forward to be able to get those engages. Skarner is a big part of where this team has been so far in this game, and he's going to have a hard time getting in against the Ashe and against the Sejuani. Void Grubs will be secured here by Citadel. That's going to be 6 Void Grubs going over to the side of Citadel. That certainly makes things a lot more difficult for Friendly Fellas, and this gold lead just continues to get worse and worse. This game state continues to get worse and worse. I think the good thing for Friendly Fellas is that they do have some outs in the later part of this game. Their team fight is very scary. Their 5v5 is very difficult to deal with. If you have Skarner with a really nice engage or an Alistair that can really get a nice engage and just like a 4-man knockup or something like that, or if Skarner can, you know, land onto 3 people and get a 3-man ultimate, then all of a sudden you're looking at Orianna Shockwave and Corki damage being a lot to deal with. But Philip's actually going to get caught out here. He's going to be able to take down the tower. He's going to jump out. Is he going to be able to get the Hex Gate? No. Going to get interrupted by Wixie. He flashes over the wall, though, and it looks like he's going to be safe. An unbelievable escape for Philip on the Jax. He's somehow, someway going to be able to make it out of there. Very funny stuff. A lot used by Jax to get out, but certainly worth it for him. Mundo will continue to push bot side. Bradley will continue to push the mid lane here. He is going to hit level 11. Just some ward vision clearing here from Tyson. Oh, and looks like Wiggly is going to not engage, not look aggressive here. Bradley going to risk a bit of damage in order to secure that mid lane tier 1. And again, this gold lead just keeps getting out of control. We are looking at a 5k gold lead for Citadel here at 15 minutes into the game. This is classic Citadel. When you look at this brand of players, they understood their win condition. They knew that they had to win early. They knew they had to be in a good spot in order to be able to contest in the late game, and that's exactly what they're in right now. Now, again, if you want to be generous to Friendly Fellas, and if you want to talk about things that could potentially go right for them as we continue along in this game, so much of the gold on the side of Citadel is not on the damage carries. It's not on the Aurora. It's not on the Jax. And theoretically, those are the two you should be the most scared of when it comes to this comp. A lot of it is on the Sejuani. That's a 7-kill Sedge, which obviously is difficult to deal with, but not going to burn you in the same kind of way. And quite a bit of that is on the Lulu, which is certainly not ideal. The back interrupted here by Philip. It's actually going to take a nice trade against Moose Hater. The Mundo not having a fun time in this lane at this point. I was very confused by the Mundo counter pick. Moose Hater definitely knows better than I, but Jax is definitely showing why that champion can be a bit of a problem in the current meta. Let me get some water again. My voice is dying. We got Rift Herald started up here by Citadel. Armeo, Trevor, and Instinct. Bradley on the cover. There's just no way for Friendly Fellas to be able to contest this, especially not with the Jax pushing in the bot lane. Although the Jax in a precarious position, Rift Herald will be taken. Dylan, once again, just losing so much of his health to this Aurora trade. Aurora was a fantastic pick in draft. We really highlighted that as being kind of the standout pick, I would say, for Citadel in the draft. And you know what? It very much has been working out for them, even if it's not necessarily reflective on the scoreboard. Bradley's kind of been used to getting those ADCS leads so far today. Not the case in this one, but still being very useful. Again, when I think of what Friendly Fellas has to do in this one to be able to bring it back, it all comes down to just surviving until the late game. If you can get to the teamfight stage, I do think that there is a way to be able to win this. And it might be difficult, but it's definitely possible. We've seen some ruinous Otacon games earlier today. We will see if we see any Voracious. Armeo's going to engage here onto Wixie. He's going to hit a lot of his combo. Tyson's going to be the one to pay dearly for that overstep, though. Instinct is on a killing spree. He's going to be able to take them down. And Armeo's not done. He's going to keep going. He is not fearful. He is a 7-kill Sejuani. They have to Skarner ult him just to keep him from reaching the backline. The Orianna Shockwave is good, but Philip has arrived. He jumps on top of Wiggly, but the damage, it's actually not there. Trevor's obviously not going to be able to do too much. Instinct over the wall is not going to be able to continue this chase, and what looked like it was going to be a pretty bad situation for Friendly Fellas turns into an okay situation. You just lose Tyson. You end up trading 1 for 0. You can live with that, but it's Hex Dragon time. Dragon number 3 of the game, number 2 coming in for Citadel, and looks like they're going to be contesting over it. Bradley on the flank here. Dun in a bad spot. Moose Hater in a bad spot. Dun's going to flash over the wall, but he's going to meet an Aurora, but who is actually going to get knocked up. Bradley is going to get knocked off of his game. He's going to get stunned into the wall, and he's going to be taken down. It is a 1-for-1 At this point, Trevor is getting low, but Dragon was taken, and it looks like that is all Citadel was hoping for in that exchange. Still a 1-for-1. Even when it looked like it was kind of doomed overall for Citadel, still not the worst exchange in the entire world. Armeo just taking Gromp, chilling out. Nothing to worry about. Philip knows he's not in danger, doesn't have to worry too much. Trevor gonna get back out on the map to control in terms of vision. The push mid lane's coming out. The arrow is just barely gonna go wide. If that landed on Wixie, that could have been a big problem for Friendly Fellas, but it is gonna go wide, not going to land. The Skarner engage is gonna come out onto Trevor. They have a ton of damage coming out from the Corki. Lulu has to ult herself, and she is able to get out. Instinct is trying to re-engage here. The Sejuani ultimate going to land onto Wiggly. Do they have enough damage to be able to push through, though? Bradley attempting to break through, but Philip on the flank, on the back line. That's 2 kills down. That is a double kill. The Orianna Shockwave will disengage the play, but a fantastic overall engage coming in from Citadel. Philip on the flank, Bradley on the flank. We talked about how this team does a great job controlling the map, and they showcase that with a 2-for-0 and picking up mid lane tier 2 there. Another really great play coming in from Citadel, and this gold lead is getting out of control. 39-32. Very difficult to come back from a 7k gold lead, and that gold is starting to find its way into the right places. Instinct getting a double kill in that fight, really starting to accelerate. A lot of that, gold going on the Lulu and the Sejuani earlier, it's properly being distributed now. It will be Ruinous Otacon in the bot lane here. We will see which teams end up prioritizing that. We actually didn't see a ton of Otacon priority in the previous series from Citadel. We'll see if that ends up being the same here, but this team has just been able to really excel in a lot of these skirmishes. Their team fights have not exactly been the cleanest in the entire world, but these more chaotic skirmishes are definitely where this Citadel team is thriving. Armeo has Herald for a little bit longer, I would presume. We will see where he ends up wanting to take that, but for now, the priority definitely seems to be playing a little bit slower. You might want to set up here around Otacon, drop it mid, or drop it top. Vision priority here for Friendly Fellas. They understand they're in a little bit of a rough position. They have a lot of team fighting tools, but the gold lead is just a little bit too much. Wiggly getting stunned up, getting Sejuani ultimate. This Sejuani is a problem. They have no answer to the lockdown. Skarner is chunked for over 3/4 of his health. He's gonna have to run away. He's not in a great spot. And all of this while Bradley is just split pushing topside. That could be a free Otacon if they want it. Moose Hater is just in river. This could be a really bad spot for the Mundo to be if he does play a little bit too aggro here. Doesn't look like they're going to pressure that too much. They do see him. Bradley will be getting this tier 2 top lane. Moose Hater will be able to escape, but Willie, the polymorph's gonna come out. Sejuani over the wall. We'll see if the Mundo can survive. He has a gigantic health bar, but they are eating through it. The Ashe is going to do a ton. The knockup is going to come in here from Tyson, and he's going to be able to land it on the priority target, but the Lulu ult coming out onto the Ashe just makes this a machine gun. An absolutely ginormous Skarner ultimate, though. Corki ends up joining the fight and ends up blasting through the backline with the damage. It's 2 shutdowns for the Corki. It's a 2-for-0, and they're continuing the chase. Can Philip and Armeo get out? Philip is going to escape throughout all of this. Bradley is pushing onto that inhibitor tower on top side, but we'll see if they're going to be able to escape this one. Is Armeo going to be able to survive? Moose Hater going to be able to engage. Doesn't have any hard CC to be able to lock him down, and Armeo is very tanky. Bradley just taking his tower and getting out. Thank you so much for the gold, but what a fight there overall from both Tyson and from Duro, I think. Wow. That was crazy. Whew. Sheesh. Otacon going low. It's going to be taken here by Friendly Fellas, but Philip and Bradley are going to be looking on the backside. Tyson is very low. Philip going to jump onto the Alistar. It's actually the Sejuani ultimate that snipes it out. Bradley getting dangerously low against the Skarner. He's going to be able to disengage Philip, trying to get on top of Wiggly, and he does. Bradley is going to be able to pick up that kill. Wixie is going to be completely separated from the rest of the team. It's going to be a double kill for Bradley. Instinct ends up picking up Moose Hater, and that's an ace for Citadel. Really, really great fight overall. Who cares if you got Otacon? Who cares if you have all of those roses on the ground? We are going to decimate you. That's 8 kills for the Sejuani. Instinct has looked really good, and Bradley's damage cannot be underestimated. Every single time Philip has jumped to the backline, it's been unanswerable for Oakland. So, not for Oakland, for Friendly Fellas. That was previous series. What am I talking about? I'm so excited about the game. I can't even name the teams correctly. Dragon will be started up here. This will be third Drake for Citadel. Obviously, that's ideal. That puts them on Soul Point here at 23 minutes. A sub 30-minute Soul would be ideal for any team, but specifically Hex Soul is going to be very dangerous to go up against. And the gold is, once again, in all the right places. Corki is strong on the other side of this, and there are, again, circumstances where I think a 5v5 could theoretically go in favor of Friendly Fellas, but this game continues to pull further and further out of reach the longer it goes on. 9k gold lead for Citadel. Around about 9k. It's just great stuff from them. They showed so much fire and determination in that series against Oakland, and now they're showing a ton of just raw mechanical skill in this series against Friendly Fellas. Basically everything you could ask for out of these guys. But we get a map reset now. Not a lot to play for at the current moment. We have Baron spawning in 25 seconds. That's definitely going to be a priority for both of these teams. I think if you're Friendly Fellas, you know, the game's in a really bad spot if you end up giving over that Baron. You end up being in a position where you don't really have a way to stop the push. You've got Jax and Aurora on the other side. Ashe pushes very quickly. You don't really have any ways to engage because Sejuani can disengage very well. Lulu can disengage very well. It just ends up becoming a very difficult situation if you have to play around a Baron buff. And so I think that this is something that absolutely has to be contested if you're Friendly Fellas. That being said, it's a very difficult contest. This is not a great situation to be in. Looks like it will be started on cooldown. Bradley is bot lane, pulling attention from Orianna. The Baron has been started. Right now it's Armeo and Instinct. Tyson is going to be walking up, seeing if he can spot it. It's already down to 7k. Really no way for Moose Hater to get in. The Ash Arrow is going to land after they pop the Spell Shield. The teleport coming in from Bradley, but Philip's not actually going to be able to kill anybody on the backside. Instinct going to try to front to back here. The Skarner isn't able to get anybody priority on that ultimate. He's going to have to flash out. Armeo still deep inside enemy lines. He's going to get knocked up by the Alistair, and he's getting dangerously low. Looks like they might be trading 1-for-1. It's actually Moose Hater who jumps back in. Philip, though, on top of Wixie. He's not going to be able to blow him up. This is a back-and-forth fight, but it's brilliantly played by Friendly Fellas. The Corki able to land the important rockets. They kite out the damage from Citadel perfectly, and they end up landing a 3-for-0 fight in their favor when it looked like all hope was lost in that regard. Brilliantly played here by Friendly Fellas. That was really, really great stuff. I mean, it was Tyson and Wiggly playing on the edge of danger for the entirety of that fight. Really great damage coming in from Wixie, who has been very good throughout the majority of this game. And it's going to be the Baron start. Now, this is not the safest Baron in the world. All 5 members are there. Armeo does have a way to get into the pit. Looks like they are going to attempt to try and get in there and steal this. It's down to 6,000. Will we see Armeo go in? Will we see him attempt for the steal? The Ash Arrow's gonna come out. It will be smited down by Wiggly, and that will be Baron going over to Friendly Fellas. I talked about how they needed to get that, about how it would have been very disastrous and basically impossible to deal with if Citadel was able to gather that. Well, they are able to secure it. The smite comes in. They're able to get out. That's a 5-man Baron for the side of Friendly Fellas. I didn't even notice this. Their base is getting destroyed. Sorry, I was taking a sip of water. Their base is getting obliterated here. They traded all of that for an inhibitor or a Nexus tower. Great stuff there, obviously, for Citadel. Bradley split push earlier definitely coming into play, but wow, that was a big sacrifice. More than I expected there. From the side of Friendly Fellas. They are able to secure the Baron, though, and that should stabilize them in the short term. The gold lead has definitely become a lot more manageable for a team that I think does have a very straightforward front to back. If you are going to play these fights the way that they did, I think you've actually got a real shot at being able to pick this up, so. Bradley. Ton of damage, man, on that Aurora. That champion just does so much. All right, what do you guys in chat think? What are we thinking of this game? What are we thinking of the game state? Citadel riles. Indeed. Indeed, Citadel riles. BBQ Oliver's ADC, true? Shout out BBQ Olivers. Shout out Ignar. I can't remember anybody else from that team, but shout out Ignar. All right, looks like we're posturing here. Objective bounty has been claimed, but this is the fight that's really going to determine a lot. Philip jumping onto the backline. Taco is incredibly low. He's going to pop the stopwatch, but the suppression's going to come out and land immediately onto Bradley. He's taken down, and Philip will follow. That's a 2 for 0 in favor of Friendly Fellas. And this game that we felt was in full control of Citadel is starting to fall out of their control because of the fantastic team fighting of Friendly Fellas. We warned about this in the pregame. The longer this game goes, the more that we see these front to backs, the more we could see these situations become positive for Friendly Fellas, and that is exactly what is happening. Soul will be denied. It will go over to the side of Friendly Fellas, the blue side here, and that gold lead that was looking at 9K, we're looking at a much more manageable 4K gold lead, and a lot of the gold is in the right places for Friendly Fellas. We're talking a 3-item Corki. We're talking a 2-item Orianna. We're talking a 2-item Skarner. This is a very difficult team to end up breaking through. The front to back is very dangerous for them. And that's not to say Citadel don't have options. You still have a lot of ways to be able to win fights, but I think we're seeing some of the pitfalls of the lack of front-to-back damage coming out from the side of Citadel. Aurora and Jax just aren't enough to be able to break through this backline if they do have proper peel from players like Tyson. So, really big stuff coming in. Wow. Didn't expect that. Armeo just clearing vision. Not a ton to play for on the map right now. This is probably going to be a lull state unless we see a death bush or some sort of errant engage. There's not a ton to fight for. Instinct is going to hit level 16. There's an important power spike there for the Ashe as she's able to throw out that ultimate basically whenever she wants at that point. We've got Baron spawning in 2 minutes. We've got Dragon spawning in about 3.5. Still a lot to play for on the map, but... Friendly Fellas is definitely taking full control. I think if I'm Citadel, I just need to start split pushing. Like, Bradley already showed why that was the way to win early on. Isn't able to stop any of the bats. You need to get Jax and Aurora moving, and you gotta have that Ashe start pressuring in the mid lane. Like, that has to be the win condition. It's pretty clear that these 5v5s are not really all that favorable for you. They're really not gonna be, like, the easiest things to win in the world. And if that's going to be the case, just play the map. And I know it sounds easier said than done, right? But Bradley stepping up a little far here. Wiggly is going to look to try and capitalize. Not going to be able to land the stun. Bradley is going to get smited. Is going to have a little bit of disengage. The ult is going to miss, though. A flash coming out from the Aurora, from Bradley, is going to keep him safe. And very nearly was a disaster there for Bradley getting caught out, but he will survive. Will have to burn that crucial summoner, but definitely is worth it. Third items are getting completed across the board. Void Staff coming in for the Orianna. Randuin's coming in for the Skarner. Both of these are going to be very influential against the Ashe, and specifically against the Sejuani to help break through. And the game state is equalized. This really has become anybody can win. They have 3 beefcakes in front of 2 late game carries. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly, that's what you draw up, you know? You draw up Orianna, Corki, and three peel / frontline carries. A lot of engage on the side of Friendly Fellas as well. A lot of ways to force fights, a lot of ways to get in there. But it's another banger. We already saw a banger in Game 1 against Oakland. We're seeing another one here in this one. A lot of good games here today on day 1 of the OQs. Oh, it looks like Moose Hater's going to get a little bit caught. It's Philip and Bradley trying to poke him out. But again, the Mundo's just not going to be catchable. It's going to be difficult to be able to punish a Mundo being overextended unless he's in a really bad position. Looks like they're going to try and force something here. Friendly Fellas is definitely looking. You've got your 2 split pushers down on the bot side. This is definitely outnumbered. They are outmanned here on the top side. Baron is coming up. Teleports are up for the split pushers, but they are going to be taking that bot tier 2 first. Baron has been started. Still going to engage here on Moose Hater, but the Baron fight is starting. It's 3v4. I'm not exactly sure if Citadel want to take this. A big Skarner ult on top of a Shockwave is going to absolutely delete Trevor. Armeo will fall next, and that's going to be Baron Yes, you're going to get something on the bot side if you're Citadel, but is it worth it? You've just given over 2 kills and Baron, and Bradley might actually get solo killed here. Moose Hater is doing a ton of damage. Philip obviously looking to protect, but we are just seeing a masterclass in terms of macro and late game efficiency coming out from the side of Friendly Fellas. They are looking to take this 2v1. It's going to be a 3v1 very quickly. Philip's going to pop over. He's going to pop the stopwatch just in time. Instinct has shown up just in time to be able to pick off Moose Hater. He is going to pick up the kill, but that slow is going to land, and that could be very problematic for this Ashe. Is he going to be able to get out of here alive? I don't know. That smite's going to come down. The Blitzcrank's gonna come in. Not the Blitzcrank, the Corky. Barbecue Blitzcrank's gonna do a ton of damage. And that's gonna be another kill, and that's gonna be soul delayed even further. It's gonna be 3 dragons apiece for each team, and this game has crumbled for Citadel. And honestly, I do not understand the idea to try and engage that 3v5, or to contest that 3v5 if you're Instinct, Armeo, and Trevor around that Baron. If you're going to commit to having Bradley and Philip on the bottom side of the map, then you have to understand that you're not going to win Baron. Like, you're giving up Baron in that case, and unfortunately, they tried to get both, and it really ended up costing them. But this game isn't over. Like, this game is looking dire, I would say, for Citadel. They definitely need to turn the tides of things very quickly. You're playing a comp that, yes, has good late-game tools, but most of those tools are through just being able to split push and out map the enemy team. You're not going to be super dominant in the 5v5. You have to try and get some picks. You have to try to find your avenues on this map. It's going to be difficult to do, especially if Friendly Fellas end up playing, you know, calm, cool, collected League of Legends, but it's definitely still possible. This will be the push onto the base, though. Inhibitor Tower is going to fall in the mid lane. Asholt's going to come out and land onto Tyson. Inhibitor will fall. No damage has really come out that's consequential just yet. They will take that mid inhibitor and start to back off. Philip looking for that angle. Bradley as well. He might be caught out here. He might be too far forward. The suppression is going to come in. He's stunned into the wall. The ult's going to come out, but he actually buffers it with his own ultimate. It does not matter. He's going to move to the backside and get absolutely blown up. It's a 4v5 now. Philip is going to attempt to dissuade Moose Hater from going in further, and he will be successful in that regard, but it's still a 1-for-0 with mid inhibitor in favor of Friendly Fellas. Moose Hater might be a little bit overextended here. No jump for Philip means no stun. Romeo going to look to break that spell shield. We could be seeing a collapse here. Nothing to look at, though. Just clearing wave. And the gold lead is gone. We are actively looking at a game state where it is even. It is 67k to 67k for both sides. We are going into 36 minutes. That's going to be bot tier 2 taken down here. And the push will continue. They've definitely still got time on Baron. Looks like that's going to be the end of their escapades, though. They understand that they don't want to overextend. They don't want to put themselves in a bad position just to try and end the game quicker than they need to. The arrow is going to land onto the Orianna. Philip is going to jump in and stun. The ult will be popped. The shockwave is going to land on the Instinct and do a ton of damage, but it will be a 1-for-0, and the Sejuani ultimate will land on top of the Corky as well. The flash is going to come in. They're attempting to lock them down. This is a big do-or-die play for Citadel. Bradley's coming in with the ultimate. They're trying to focus down Tyson, but Armeo isn't able to put out enough damage. Philip ends up falling on the backside of the fight, and Corky's just doing too much. And meanwhile, Moose Hater is just ending the game. Instinct is attempting to stop him. Tyson is going to get beaten down. Is Moose Hater going to have enough damage to be able to break down the Nexus, though? It doesn't look like it. Instinct flashes over, is going to try and push him out, but the healing coming in from Mundo, he ends up turning it. One auto attack might actually save him. It does not. Instinct is going to be able to take down Mundo. The game will stay alive for now, but everything is in shambles for Citadel. That was a fight they needed to win. It was a desperation move for the team, and even then, they couldn't quite pull through. They end up having an exposed Nexus, losing their jungler, losing their top laner. And this game is looking more and more dire by the second. The Ashe Arrow will land onto Wiggly, but a lot going on. Yeah, Jordan, Jesus H. Christ indeed. Absolutely insane game coming in here. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Whew. Wixie has been exceptional in this game. I think Moose Hater and Wiggly have done a great job. Tyson's had some fantastic engages. This is the danger of picking a comp that doesn't really have a ton of teamfight tools, unfortunately. Just looking for some poke here. No real way for anybody to capitalize on anyone else. right. Sorry. It's been a lot. There's been a lot to talk about. We see Bradley just sitting in base, respecting the idea that there could theoretically be a backdoor attempt here. We do see everyone on the map, though. This dragon is incredibly important. If they're able to pick this up, friendly fellas, that is, they will be in a dominant position with Hexel. You've got Moose Hater pushing on the top side. You can't ignore him. Philip is behind him. It looks like they might actually be looking for the collapse instead of contesting this dragon. They're very concerned about this Mundo getting out of control. It's going to be a teleport coming out. He's going to get not stopped. The Ash Arrow's not coming in time. Mundo's actually going to teleport out, and that gives free priority onto the dragon for friendly fellas. Massive play there for Moose Hater to be able to teleport out. That is definitely utilizing and abusing these new teleport mechanics, and this dragon is going to be melted. They're not going to get there in time. That's going to be Soul going over to friendly fellas. Jax is going to try to keep the split push going on the top side, but we could be seeing a collapse here from Blue. They continue to move forward. Baron has been started here. That could be what Citadel needs in order to get back into this game, but this is a risky proposition. They do not want to be caught in a bad position. This 5v5 is going to be very dangerous. That Baron's getting low. It's going to be taken. It's actually gone by the time that Friendly Fellas gets there. Looks like they might be pushing into the base, but Philip and everybody else is already back with those Baron-empowered recalls. A very nice job from Citadel to be able to secure that Baron that really does keep their game alive in a way that's going to allow their push to be able to keep a lot of these minions out of the base without divine intervention or the intervention of Moose Hater on the top side. So good stuff there. Good answer from Citadel, but this is still a very difficult game state for them. The inhibitors have respawn. Somewhere Dom is yelling something about Baron for Soul. Indeed. In this case, I think it's understandable. Got a more equalized game state. Stop watching this game 20 minutes ago. How did this happen? Boy, a lot happened. I can't even begin to recap how we've gotten here. Really, at the end of the day, like, Citadel drafted a comp that was very good early, but Friendly Fellas drafted a comp that was inevitable, and their 5v5 is just more consistent. When we got into these big fights, they played phenomenal. Friendly Fellas did a great job of playing front to back, and it really just created this circumstance and situation where Citadel just kept losing fights over and over again, and this gold lead suddenly went from 9k to 0, so. Philip looking here at Moose Hater. A lot of damage coming out from both of these guys. Big trades. More than I'm expecting, but Bradley looking for a big play. He's going to try to get out of the Orianna, but the Shockwave comes in alongside the Skarner ultimate. That is Bradley taken down. Philip is absolutely getting destroyed in this 1v1. He's going to have to jump away, but the flash comes over. It's a solo kill for Moose Hater onto Philip, and that could be the end of the game. That's 2 down for the side of Citadel. Armeo's going to get knocked up. The Lulu ultimate's going to come out, but will it be enough? Skarner is going to latch onto Instinct. Wixie will pick up the kill. Tyson is jumping in, and that's almost certainly going to be the end of the game in favor of Friendly Fellas. I do not think that Trevor and Armeo can stop this push. A 30-second death timer on Bradley, a 35-second death timer on Philip, and Friendly Fellas, down 9k gold in game number 1, is able to come back and pick up the win here in game number 1. Armeo not going to be able to survive. The CC is too much. Trevor will fall next. The Nexus will fall after, and the winners of Game 1 are going to be Friendly Fellas. A major upset, I would say. Friendly Fellas are a very good team, but Citadel definitely expected to pick up this Game number 1 win. But how will they adapt going into Game number 2? Wow, wow, wow. Wowzers. That was crazy. That was a great Game 1. Absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct on that one. Oh. Wow, wow, wow. Crazy stuff. 59,000 damage coming out from Wixie on the Corki. Awesome stuff. 57,000 from Instinct on the Ashe, but if you were in this match, who would I honor? Who's my most valuable player? Whew, that's tough, man. I think I gotta give it to Moose Hater on the top lane on that Dr. Mundo. I think that was a really great game from him. I think Tyson had a very, very great game here on the Alistair as well, but quickly, before we jump into game number 2, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. I need to refill on my water. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we will be back. Game number 2, right around the corner. I'm excited. Hope you guys are as well. See you soon. All right, we're back. Back for game number 2. Let me jump in. I think we're immediately getting into draft. So let's immediately jump in here. All right. You guys should be able to see draft. All right, we're jumping right into game 2. Who needs wasting time? Who needs wasting time? All right, game 2 is so big here. Obviously, we can't lose. a bit of a homer bias towards Citadel here. We can't lose game number 2. This is a must-win. Hope mic quality still sounds good. Hope voice quality still sounds good. Hey, we could always be lower bracket demons. You're so right. Lower bracket demons? I think Maddie and Jordan know a few things about that. So. Maddie, I didn't even mention you last game. We had multiple Maddie socials Baron buff power plays. But a big game number 2 here. I'd love to see this series go 5. Or go 3. It'd be awesome if it could go 5, but I'd love to see the series go 3. Also, I guess this is the time, as we're getting into draft. If you don't know who I am, I'm Super K-Man Rocks. Hello. I run a YouTube channel where I cover Pro League. I've been covering the North American circuit for many years now. The NACL for many years now. Go check out my channel if you like my work. I'm not going to plug too much. You know, I'm not going to talk your ear off, but we cover the major regions as well. So, you know, LTA obviously, but LEC, LCK, LPL, all their playoff stuff. It's been happening. It's up there now. If someone like Oatmeal is still in the chat, they can drop a link. If not, I can do it in like 2 minutes. And if you're watching this on YouTube, then you're already there. Go check out the long form, like podcast style content I do. Oh, thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. Again, I'm not gonna plug myself too much. I got my army of people. Thank you, Maddie. Let me move this over here. Super K-Man rocks indeed. Thank you. Should be getting into draft in any moment now. All right, draft has begun. Citadel has once again chosen red side. That is definitely interesting. I say knowing that like blue side win rate's been really good globally, so choosing red side here, or at least I presume they chose red side. It's definitely interesting. They want the counter pick. Might be you running into some technical issues. All right, They're remaking. We go back to the BRB screen really quick. Okay. All right. Should be back. Okay, man, the goat of LOL analysis? I mean, that's taking it a little too far. There are some goats out there. There are some goats in this chat right now. So, I don't think I'm quite on that level, but, you know. You would know. You make the graphics. Oh yeah, I said it in yesterday's LPL video, but I should reiterate it. Everyone congratulate Oatmeal in chat. Officially working with the LPL English broadcast as the one making all their cool little fancy on-screen graphics now. If you guys have liked like the weird timeline, not the weird timeline, I didn't mean to say that, Oatmeal, my bad. The cool timeline stuff that they've been doing. That's all him. He's crushing it. He's doing a great job. Yeah, yeah, they're giving you more creative freedom and they're going to learn to regret that. It's gonna turn south real fast. Personal experience. Obviously joking. Oatmeal's the goat. If you guys like any of the graphics you see on my YouTube channel or any of the Be Right Back screens, it's all thanks to him. He does all of the hard work. I just watch people play video games. All right, should be getting a draft sometime soon. You guys can see it, right? I'm glad we're not dropping frames at a crazy amount like we were earlier. That was starting to freak me out. Also, knock on wood, but we've not had a particularly awful incident with the client yet. Which I think is... Sir, I guess we did. We couldn't get into game number 1. I had to get, like, the actual code. Should be kicking off sometime soon here. I assume I have the right spectator link. I'm going to try it again. Yeah. I got the one. If I miss draft, oh well. Hopefully we're not missing draft right now. But you never really know. Sometimes these fearless draft nets can be a little finicky for spectators. Awesome tool, but can sometimes be a little inconsistent for the viewing experience. I do also love that fellas is abbreviated. Not like it has an apostrophe. It's like a possessive. That's pretty sick. You know, that's cool. That's cool, man. It belongs to a friendly fella. You're right. This is friendly fella's team, which is great. Shout out friendly fella. Should be any moment now. Either that or I have missed draft. And you know what? If we miss draft, we can talk about game number 1 more. That's what we can do here. So, the problem I think for Citadel in game 1, I think the reason that ended up going so sour so fast is that their draft was so reliant on being able to have a gold lead and be able to split the map. And that is a way to win the game. Like, Jack's Aurora is absolutely a way to win the game. But I think in terms of ease of execution, like, Friendly Fellows was more inevitable, right? Like, their team fight was always going to be better in the back half of the game, and we saw that. They were down 9k gold and winning team fights, or even staying neutral. Like, you just needed one team fight to go your way. You needed to outplay in one 5v5, and all of a sudden the game was blown wide open. And that's what happened to Friendly Fellows. They saw one team fight, and they blew the game wide open. And obviously that was huge for them. I think if you're Citadel, I would prefer something that's a lot more simple. I love the idea of putting Philip and Bradley on champions that can jump to the back line and try to assassinate people. That really does play into the style that they have been showing for a lot of today. But their late game team fighting has been a little more iffy. Would you give Citadel last game a boom or a doom? Well, it's not 5 big booms. I will not be giving them 5 big booms, personally. I think last game had a lot to do with draft. And I think it had a lot to do with just the generic win conditions. Like, when you're looking at an Alistair Skarner team, they just have so many more ways to force the issue. And again, if you get one fight with Oriana Corki, like front to back, at 9k gold, that you can just survive in, that you can go 3-0 or 4-0 in, then, like, you're gonna win that game. You're just so much more inevitable from that point. I think so much more has to go right for Citadel's comp. And they did a lot right in the early game. They did what they were supposed to do. And it wasn't enough. So for me, if I'm drafting here, I'm simplifying. There's so many things on the board that I think are much easier to execute on. Also, just as a reminder, I'm just gonna show off the draft here. Let's go to. I was gonna show off the roster here in case you guys don't remember who Friendly Fellows are. Moose Hater in top, Wiggly in the jungle, Dun in the mid lane, Wixie at AD carry, and Tyson at support. They don't always have the perfect names. Okay, they're RAing now. We should be getting into draft any second. But I thought Wiggly played great on the Skarner. I already said I think I probably would give player of the game to Moose Hater. I think that Mundo was like a massive issue. I don't think they really had an easy answer to that, and I don't think the Mundo should have been as big of an issue, in my opinion. Just like naturally looking at those comps. I think that was just Moose Hater having a really good game. I think Tyson was really good on the Alistair as well. Like, I don't want to discount the fact that Wixie did like 1 billion damage. Because he did do 1 billion damage, and he was very relevant. And that combo, like the Oriana Skarner combo, like Skarner hits a 2-man ultimate and they both get shockwaved because it's 1 billion damage and you can't deal with it. Like, that's hard to deal with, you know? Again, we should be getting close to draft. Okay. It looks like I have missed draft because they are in lobby. So I am going to, I'm going to switch us over. I'm going to switch us over to this. Switch us over to this. And we can react to draft together because the spectator didn't quite work for me, which is fine. So it's Cho'Gath. It's Nar Wukong. I like that. Simplify the process again. You know, I've talked about that a lot. So I'm putting this into my spreadsheet in real time, guys. In real time. I like the Hui. Again, like you're just giving yourself insurance policies for later on in the game. Xin Katarina is crazy. We can all agree that Xin Katarina is a bit wild, right? Like that's not what I would have expected here, especially looking at the bans. Gazir was taken off the board. Kaisa is the 80 carry. Yeah, they definitely took the advice of going a little bit more inevitable. Oh, okay. Never mind. Remake draft, I guess. Okay. Well, we're running into a bit of an issue. We'll see if that can get corrected. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm leaking this one. That's crazy. All right, well, we'll be getting into game shortly. I'll just say that. I'll end it off there. We'll be in game eventually. So what we do know of the draft is everything except for the supports. We know that it's Gnar into Cho'Gath. We know it's Wukong into Xin Zhao. We know it's Hui into Katarina. We know it's Kaisa into Kog'Maw. And in that phase, I don't know what the early game looks like for Citadel. Cat is, I presume, very good into Hui. I imagine that's why you pick Cat here. Is it just like dumpster's Hui? Which I could see being a problem. And then you've got the Kog'Maw out for late game. But Katarina Kog'Maw is like very funny. That is a very funny combo. All right, we're having an account swap here. Shouldn't be too long. Shouldn't be too long. Sorry for the be right back sign. What do you guys think? Who do you favor in a game like this? Do you favor a team that just came out of a comeback win, or do you favor a team that had a gigantic lead and just couldn't finish it? Like from a mental edge perspective, who do you give like a lot of the credence to? Moose Hater, kind of based. Shout out Moose Hater. All right, we're back. We're back. We are so back, as they say in the biz. Gamer Girl Katarina. I think Cat's in a good position to be relevant this game. Like, I don't love Cat in Pro, but I think this is like one of the games that I could see Cat being relevant in. I think Cat's just hard to like make work. I'm not trying to make any sort of assertions on the champion, just I think that there are very few team comps that would want Cat over something else. I think you generally just have to be ready to fight early. Once we know the supports, I'll feel more confident talking about the drafts as a whole. I think we have like an idea of the direction we're going in, but yeah, especially with things like Zig's band. Okay, it was Braum and it was Rel to close out these drafts. Okay, I think that definitely changes things. I mean, Braum is definitely very like, we have Cho'Gath Braum, we're playing for Kog'Maw late game, but their late game is not as good as Citadel's. The concern is that their early game is really, I just think, yeah, this is a crazy Cat game. This is a very scary Katarina game. But Cat's like the only thing I'm super worried about. Xin Zhao's a problem too. But if Cat and Xin can't snowball this game, I think Gnar is in a good position to be relevant in the late game. And I think you have better tools. You actually have like real engage options and not just like, let's hope and pray we can protect Kog'Maw in the late game. Like, I don't think I dislike Citadel's draft. I think I like this draft better than their draft in game 1. It's all just about whether or not Katarina runs the game, right? If Cat comes out and dominates early on, I think this is going to be very hard. You know what I mean? I think if Dun is like... If Dun just dominates, if Kog'Maw gets ahead and goes tank... Yeah. Yeah, I think that could be a problem too. But that's the thing, right? Is like, if Kog'Maw gets ahead, it's because Katarina's got ahead and you've probably already lost then. I don't think Kog can win this on his own. I think best case scenario here for Citadel is just to go neutral. Like, until the late game. Because I actually think you can skirmish pretty well here. Like, depending on who's there. There are certain parts of, like, these fights that I think you can win. The problem is I think the bot lane 3v3 is, like, I don't know if I would really favor either. And the top lane, like, I like Gnar's gonna have more for the early game and for these skirmishes than Cho'Gath, but Cat's just such a problem. It's a good matchup for Kog'Maw bot, especially since they got the Xin. Yeah, I think the Xin is a big part of this equation. But once again, I think the goal is just to stay neutral. Like, if Xin and Cat, if they're if you are Wukong, Hui, Kaisa, and you're neutral in gold on at 15 minutes against Xin Zhao Katarina, you've won the game. Like, it's just kind of over. I don't know how it functions in comp, but the Cho build with Shirelias into Deadmans is nuts. Yeah, I don't think that's what they're gonna do. I don't know, it's Moose Hater. You know what? That's a very Moose Hater-esque build. I would put all of the eggs into the Katarina basket early, and then if you're not winning that, I think it's just a Kog'Maw game. Like, I think it just becomes, like, a turret Maw game. At least that's what I would expect. That's how I would play this. Is like, put everything into Katarina early. You either win through Katarina, or you hope and pray to get, like, Kog'Maw super far ahead, too. But there's just so much more engage on the side of Citadel. I think that's why I like their draft. Like, I like Gnar, Wukong, Rel. I think you have so much setup there. Gamer Girl Katarina, true. All right, we're getting in. We're getting in. Game 2. We got the visual. Appreciate the watched your Oakland cast. Appreciate the stream. Thank you. I appreciate you for watching. I hope you're enjoying. All right. Oh, I gotta turn off the. Where are you? I gotta turn you off. All right, here we go. Game number 2, Citadel Gaming taking on Friendly Fellas. It is 1-0 Friendly Fellas. Lo-Fi beats to lose League of Legends to. No one's losing. Halo Blades Cho. Oh, you're right. I didn't even see that. It is Halo Blades Cho. Yeah, that's a weird choice versus Gnar. We'll see if that ends up mattering. Hey, Skies, how are you? Wish we could have won a game, but we put on a show first game at least. Yeah, that Oakland series was awesome. That game number 1 was awesome. This series has also been awesome. Game number 1 of this was super fun. It's been a good day, guys. This has been A really fun day of games. A lot of fun games today. A lot of comebacks, a lot of crazy team fights. Not a lot of linear games, which is cool. All right, we've got the double lane swap here. Kind of what you would expect from Kog'Maw Kai'Sa. Kind of what you were looking for. No weird starting pathing from these junglers. Pretty standard stuff. Kai'Sa is your favorite champ to watch in pro by a mile? I think fun Kai'Sas are. I think like Gala and Kai'Sa is very fun to watch. Philip kind of getting out-traded a bit here. Stun coming in. The knockup coming down onto Tyson. The Ignite's going to get dropped. Sorry, I was looking at chat. Tyson's getting very low. It's first blood going over to the side of Instinct. He's going to get stunned here by the Kog'Maw, but it does not matter. That first blood is the only thing that really matters. It is a quick kill here for Citadel, and that is kind of disastrous. That is a bit of a problem for Friendly Fellas. That is not really what you were looking for. I think this is the first game all day where Citadel has gotten first blood, and it goes on to the Kai'Sa, a very important target here. Skies, thank you so much for the compliment over in the YouTube chat. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. You know, I make it for you guys. But that was huge. What a crazy level 1 play, or level 2, I guess, play there. That's ginormous. We were talking about how the Kog'Maw is kind of the late game out, and how I do think that Xin Zhao, Katarina, like, they have to start getting out of control. This game does have to be kind of dictated tempo-wise by Friendly Fellas, or else things are going to get a bit problematic. That's really good for Citadel to put themselves in a position where they really, like, they now control a lot of the way this early game is going to go. Xin Zhao's going to have to provide a lot more cover. Done taking quite a bit of trade there. Cat's going to be good in this matchup, but not quite yet. A lot of damage coming out. The Cat is eternally safe, as we all know. Looks like the game state is equalized out a bit. Again, trade of crabs. Looks like bot side will be controlled a bit by Citadel here. They want to play more for the Gnar. It makes a ton of sense. A little bit of a trade on the top side. Instinct actually going to take the worst end of that. Does have the Cull. That was the buy with extra gold. But I think things just kind of become a little bit more passive here. You've already got a 10 CS lead in the mid lane. You've got a 10 CS lead for the top laners in the bot lane. Katarina's going to have to back here. I think if the Xin Zhao doesn't get active sometime around now, it can be a little bit problematic. Do you see some trades? Hellblade's coming into effect. Shut out. Looks like a lot of these are just relatively normal. Again, nothing crazy going on from either of these teams just yet. I think Citadel has kind of been open to a lot of these more aggressive early games, but I think they understand that maybe this isn't the game to do that. You know, if you're going to draft this team fight comp centered around, you know, Wukong Engage and Rel and stuff like that, you probably don't want to overstep at this point. Got some pinks coming down onto Dragon. Is going to be started up here by Armeo. Just kidding. Completely lied to you. I could have checked and I didn't. Pathing topside. Xin Zhao is going to be mid here. Are going to be looking at a gank, I believe. Directed camera, doesn't know where it's supposed to go. Katarina's going to jump in. Not going to be able to get much. We got an exchange there. We're going to jump back to the mid lane here. Armeo's going to clone out. Not a ton coming through just yet. Both sides look relatively safe. Bradley going to take a bit of damage, but trades back quite a bit of that onto Dun on the Katarina. Overall, pretty neutral trade. Nothing too bad. But we actually have a dive here in the bot lane. Cho'Gath coming dangerously close to being able to pick up that solo kill onto Gnar. That's kind of disastrous for Philip on that Gnar. He is definitely supposed to be in a better spot in this laning phase. Lucky for him, he is able to avoid that certain disaster by flashing out. But that is flash for flash in terms of the top laners here. No mana for R. Yeah, that was definitely the saving grace for Philip. Void Grubs started now here by Wiggly. Armeo is in the area. So is Trevor. We could potentially be seeing a collapse. This would be a 3v2, but a lot of low health bars already going into this. We got the clone already used. It's turned into a 3v3. Wixie is here. We see the engage coming in from Xin Zhao. Bradley has to flash over the wall. Katarina is in. Katarina is ulting, and that is a double kill for Katarina, for Dun in the mid lane, and that is absolutely ginormous for Friendly Fellas. That is a disastrous turn of events there for Citadel. The only thing you couldn't allow to happen is the Katarina to spiral out of control, and that is a huge 2 kills going over to Friendly Fellas. Psycho thinks it's over in chat. I don't quite think it's over. Again, I think we've seen so many games, even today, where it feels so inevitable that the team that has control of the map will keep control of the map, but a lot of these teams haven't had a ton of scrim time. I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out their late games, so nothing is unwinnable from this stage, even if this does look like a really bad position. What's the score? It is currently 1-0 Friendly Fellas. I would love to put that up on the screen. It is 1-0 Friendly Fellas. Psycho, it is not 1-1, as far as I'm aware. I believe I've watched all the games. More trades going down. But, yeah, this is definitely a dangerous... Wixie team winning? Yes. Yes. Wixie, Moose Hater, Wiggly. That team is currently winning. 1-0. And they are currently up in this game 2-1. I would love to put an image of them on the screen. But not only is my OBS not allowing me to make any changes to my broadcast, my entire screen is black, but they don't have a logo. So, oops. They haven't had a logo at all, so. Katarina is still getting poked out by the Hwei. I think in the 1v1, that's still going to be pretty advantageous. If you can get a pretty big CS lead, if you were Bradley in that matchup, I do think some things start to equalize out, at least a little bit. But really, the name of the game in the mid-game for Citadel is just delaying this as much as possible. Stopping the impact of something like Katarina Xin Zhao as much as possible. I think that's really what you're looking for. Because the gold lead's not outrageous. And you're still in a spot where, like, your engage at the end of the game with Wukong and Gnar and Rel is really easy. And Kaisa Hwei is, like, a ton of damage, so. I still think that there is a way back into this game. You draft late game for a reason. Dragon is going to be started up here. Looking at the trades on the top side. It is Hail of Blades Cho'Gath for those just joining us. Philip going to go full on for a trade here. Understands that he's about to go mega and actually gets a really good end of that trade. Drag will go over to the side of Friendly Fellas. And game state is equalized. Game state is evened out a bit here. Again, we're looking at a completely negligible gold lead. Something that is really not all that relevant. It's just the gold is in the right spot if you're Friendly Fellas. Trevor looking for something here. He's actually going to land and engage here onto Wiggly. He has to pop the ultimate in order to get out. The blue will be stolen, and that is a pretty decent set of circumstances there for Citadel. You know, basically what you were looking for. You definitely want to see them try to at least be making plays around shutting down this Xin Zhao, around getting Armeo in particular on this Wukong to have a little bit more agency on the map. In the mid-game, Trevor is going to be making his way back top here. Instinct is another player that you want to get a lot of resources on, but it's actually going to be Trevor going in with the flash and ultimate, locking down that Cho'Gath. He's trying to get him into eat range, but he's not going to get there. Instinct is going to be able to take him down. That's his second kill of the game, and that's going to be another big, big win going over to Citadel. Getting that Kaisa online is going to be very important for their late game. So, really nice play. 2 kills over now to Instinct. Exactly what you want to see out of these players. Again, just investing into their late game resources. Bradley at this point is just going to be catching waves, but he is up quite a lot of CS. He's in a really good spot in terms of gold, even though they have what am I talking about? 2-0 Katarina on the other side. He's in a pretty decent spot. Philip not going to survive this dive on the bot side, although Trevor is here to attempt to turn that around. Not going to be able to make it happen. I think I need water. I don't know what that commentary was. Ugh. But definitely a good dive there, pulling back resources in favor of Friendly Fellas. Xin Zhao looking good. Wiggly having a good game to start off here. And we're just getting resets, just getting recalls. Again, I want to highlight this CS diff in the mid lane at the current moment because it's pretty massive. You know, it's a 30 CS lead for Bradley, and we saw him get quite a bit of these earlier on in the day against Oakland. Bradley was just playing out of his mind in the early laning phase. He's already got the Blackfire Torch. It's actually I believe the first major completed item in the game. I think he got it before Xin Zhao got Sundered Sky. But the Hui is actually in a much better spot than he should be in this stage of the game, which I think is a positive for Citadel. Once again, like, Instinct is going to be very relevant on the Kai'Sa, and you have so many engage tools in the back half of the game. Yeah, you've seen some pickoffs on Gnar and on Wukong and on Rel, but I do think that there is a way back into this. We do see a 4-man collapse onto the top side. They're looking for Moose Hater. The Rel ult's going to come out. Damage is there. Armeo's going to dive in. Instinct with the ultimate. Gonna go Ultra Instinct and take him down for the kill, his third of the game. It looks like Wiggly's gonna try to turn this one around. We do see the Katarina coming in, but Trevor gonna try to dissuade that. The Hui ultimate's gonna do a ton of damage, but we see the Xin Zhao focusing the Rel. The Katarina getting dangerously close to taking down the Kai'Sa, but just can't do it. The shutdown is gonna go to the Hui, and a lot of that early pressure that we were talking about, it seems to have shifted. The Katarina and the Xin Zhao needed to be able to take over that fight, and they couldn't. Yes, this first turret gold is gonna go over to the Kog'Maw and the Braum, but overall, still a very positive play for Citadel. I agree, Paramedic. Very nice play. Very nice play. It does look like Wiggly could potentially be caught here. If they are able to land some CC on him, it could be a bit of a problem. They're going to try. They're going to hit the airborne, and they got it. It's going to be another shutdown here for Bradley. Bradley's in a dangerous position now. He is not only up 30 CS, he's equalized in kills. He's up an assist. This way is definitely going to be a problem moving forward in this game. Add on to that the fact that Instinct's Kai'Sa is definitely going to be a bit of a problem. And yeah, this is looking like a pretty decent situation. Moose Hater once again looking to proxy farm, but getting caught out by Trevor and Instinct. It's a nice knock-up to be able to disengage this. He should just be able to run away. He's gonna greed for the tower plate. I don't think it will really matter. Trevor shouldn't be able to punish super heavily here. Instinct values the wave more than he values the Cho'Gath, though. Walking into the alcove, Bradley is here. I don't think Moose Hater is going to be able to get out of this one alive. He is stunned up. The damage is coming out. It's another kill donated over to Bradley in the mid lane, and things are going from bad to worse for Friendly Fellas. This is a great start for Citadel Gaming. All of the gold is on exactly the right members, unlike the previous game where you had a little bit too much onto, you know, specific members like the Sejuani. This is really great stuff from Citadel. This is probably their best early game of the day, at least in terms of consistency. But we'll have to see where they want to put their resources now. We do see Friendly Fellas prioritizing the dragon. They are at 2. We will see here which dragon it will be. It's going to be Mountain Soul this game. Pretty influential overall. That would be very good for Citadel. Rel, Gnar, and Wukong all benefit very heavily from Mountain Soul. It makes it a lot more difficult to for Katarina to execute, you know, Kai'Sa and Hui in the back of the game if they have those extra resistances, if they have those extra bonuses. So we'll see how that ends up going, but for now, it's 2 dragons to 0, but it is 6 kills to 4 in favor of Citadel. Philip has definitely recovered from a rough early game, mostly because Moose Hater's just been a little bit overeager on the top side. You know, we've grown to expect that from Moose Hater. He'll die in a side lane. It's fine. Who cares? He's going to be dominant in the back half of the game anyways. You learn to live with it. Instinct taking a bit of poke here. Good stuff by Wixie. We haven't really mentioned Wixie all that much in this game. Was able to pull out a kill in one of these fights. The Kog'Maw is going to be very influential moving forward. We will see if he's going to be able to, you know, start matching the pressure and the damage that Instinct is doing on the other side. He was very important as a damage dealer in their game 1 win on the Corki. We'll see if he can match that here on the Kog'Maw. I think at this point, if I'm Friendly Fellas, I'm definitely kind of readjusting and, you know, changing my mentality and my game plan here to potentially play for that Kog'Maw to try to get Wixie as online as possible. I think that's definitely going to be an out for them. But the slower this pace goes, the more I think this favors Citadel. Once again, Moose Hater is going to be caught in the alcove on the top side. Armeo is here, and Bradley will be joining him very shortly, and that is a lot of damage. It's a lot of lockdown, and Bradley is on a rampage. That's 4 kills now for the Hwei. Multiple of those have just been donated. Teleport coming in mid lane. It's going to be Bradley looking to capitalize on this play. Philip on the back end, but Trevor with a fantastic engage. He's going to land onto the Kog'Maw. Instinct's going to be able to capitalize. They're going to shut down Wixie. It's going to be a double kill. And that is even more gold going in favor of Citadel. Their mid-games have been absolutely beautiful over the course of today, and they've capitalized on that. You could not draw it up any better as a circumstance right now. The concern last game was, yes, they had this 9k gold lead, and yes, they were not able to hang on to that, but a lot of that was the draft just not necessarily having a lot of tools. You were always going to get outscaled in these 5v5s. That is not the case here in game number 2. You are in a great position. Not only are you now up 4k gold in this game, but all of the gold is on your 2 primary carries, and you have a fantastic team fighting comp. Things are looking good for Citadel here in game number 2. Trevor definitely MVP with those engages. Yeah, I mean, Trevor's been fantastic. He has looked excellent throughout today. The Rel looked really good in these engages, but he was awesome in that first series as well against Oakland. He's been very aggro, very aggressive. We are definitely seeing a game neutralizing state come out again. We do have some dragon posturing. About a minute 45. Katarina Penta is coming. I don't see that one. I don't see that one, Psycho. I'll gift you a sub to any channel you want on Twitch with the Katarina Penta. I don't see that one happening. I'm not trying to jinx. I'm not trying to jinx. I'm not trying to jinx, Jordan. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Armeo, beautiful ult engage here. He's going to land it on the 3 members, but it's going to be a lot less damage than maybe they expected, although the turnaround engage is going to be huge. The Xin Zhao just has no way to stay alive in these fights. The Kog'Maw completely taken down by Philip on the Gnar. Katarina going to try to dive someone on the backline, but she doesn't have the damage to actually stick onto the Kai'Sa to kill her in time. The stun's going to come out from Trevor. She's going to try to find her escape, but there will be no escape. Philip is there. He's going to pick up the kill, and it's just another team fight success here for Citadel. A fantastic start to the game. The ultimate's actually going to land here on Moose Hater. They're going to slow him down. They're going to land all of that damage. The knockup's coming in. Bradley's getting dangerously low. He's going to look for the chomp, but the flash over the red buff pit is going to be enough to keep him safe. Is Moose Hater actually going to get out of this alive? That would be absolutely insane. Trevor and Armeo are looking to chase him down. Bradley in hot pursuit as well. Armeo going to land on him, but he's looking to turn. Trevor's going to land the CC. Bradley's going to land the damage, and that's going to be yet another kill. 13-4 in this game. Just gorgeous stuff. Like, you can't ask for better stuff coming in here from Citadel. They have played about as clean as they have played all day. This is definitely the best game that they have played so far, and it couldn't have come at a better time. With their backs against the wall here in game number 2, they gave themselves some outs. They understood that they could really capitalize on the fact that their mid-games have been so good regardless of their champions, and it's looked so good so far. Caster Curse incoming? I sure hope not. I would sure hope not. It's going to be voracious. It's what we would expect from a game that definitely felt more like a pro game. Cho'Gath is going to be TPing in. Dragon is going to be focused here by Friendly Fellas. The Fear's going to come out, and Cho'Gath is going to melt in this fight, although a ton of damage coming down onto Armeo. Instinct is godlike. He dives onto the backline. It's a double kill coming in from him. Philip is going to survive. It's a triple kill. And are we going to be able to donate it? No! Armeo is going to steal those final 2 kills. No pentakill coming in for Instinct on the Kai'Sa, but I think they will take a 5-for-0 ace and Mountain Dragon as a nice consolation. Phenomenal stuff coming in here from Citadel. Again, I can't praise them enough. This has just been an utterly dominant game. We've watched quite a few back-and-forth games. Game 1 against Oakland was very back-and-forth. Game 3, or I guess the game number 1 here against Friendly Fellas, very back-and-forth. But here we are, Game 4, 1-0 in favor of Friendly Fellas, and Citadel is waking up. They are playing the best league that they have all day. They've got a 10k gold lead. They're about to grab their Voracious Otacon, and they're in a great spot to be able to win this game. Good stuff. Good stuff from Citadel. Yeah, Zav, sorry, I'd love to put the score up on the screen, but my OBS is literally not working. I can only see a black screen on OBS. I can't actually adjust any of the graphics. Apologies there. I don't, unfortunately, feel like restarting the stream is going to be worth that. Maybe after this game, if we switch sides. But again, when we're looking at what OBS notoriously shoddy, kinda, yeah, I would agree. All companies are bad. I don't know. All right, so what do friendly fellas need to do to get back into this game? I think Kog'Maw is like the only thing that could ever win them this game. I think if Kog'Maw isn't able to just get protected and win these fights, I just don't see a way to get back in. Katarina would need to have a brilliant fight to even have a chance of being able to take over at this point. There's so much lockdown, so much engage on the side of Citadel. I think it would genuinely take like a miracle engage. And honestly, oh, hiccup in the middle of my sentence. Honestly, I don't really see a way for them to have a miracle engage. It would actually need to be like the cat starting it, which is just hard. Whale's gonna come out. It's gonna do a lot more damage than they probably want it to. Xinjiao's gonna dive in, try to look for Bradley. He's gonna get the knockup. Bradley's getting very, very low. Crusader is gonna die on the bot side, but Voracious Otacon is going to exist. These GAs are getting popped, and Inhibitor is also getting popped. There was only one man defending that bot Inhibitor, and he is gone now. The fight will continue. Armeo's gonna hit a two-man knockup, and there is a way for them to be able to get out of this. Obviously, they are going to be able to survive because of the GAs, but they pick up another kill on the Katarina in the mid lane, and they lose basically nothing for it. Instinct is collapsing, and Wiggly is in a very tough spot here. He's going to jump in over onto Instinct. I do not think he's going to be able to survive this. Bradley is just chilling in base alongside Philip. Instinct is legendary, and this game is out of control. It's 23 minutes, and they're going to be looking to end right now. I believe. I'm just kidding. I completely lied to you. I can't believe I would say that. They're going to back off here, but they get so much. 2 inhibitors, both mid and bot. And honestly, at this point, it's pretty straightforward. Any objective on the map is theirs. If they want to push down mid lane, they can do that. If they want to push down top lane to get that third inhibitor, they can do that. This is a dominant performance from Citadel. Just a true masterclass on how to play a comp like this. Bradley potentially in a position where he could be a bit overextended. Moose Hater is going to get hit by the fear. He will be saved. Bradley looking to potentially bait them. Instinct is here. This is an 11-kill Kaisa. She is not going to tickle. She is going to do a lot more than that. I do see some posturing. I doubt that friendly fellas want to take this exchange, though. So they will back off. This has been a great game for basically everybody on Citadel. Instinct has been exceptional. I think Bradley has been awesome, even if he has been donated a lot. And as I say that, Armeo going in on Moose Hater, looking to pick up yet another kill on the 0-7 Shogath. The Bromwald's going to come out. They're attempting to get onto the Hui. He doesn't really have a lot of escapability here. He's going to have to flash. Armeo looking to try and disengage it, and he does successfully, but Trevor with the 3-man ultimate. Moose Hater's going to go down on the other side of this. Instinct is going to go onto the back line. And there is your lot. That is a phenomenal engage coming in from Trevor. Katarina tries to clean something up on the backside by killing Bradley, but it's just not enough. The ultimate coming back out, but Armeo taking no damage. It's Instinct and Philip on the Nexus turrets. And that's going to be your lot for game number 2. We are going to a game number 3 between these two teams, and Citadel is certainly doing it with quite a lot of confidence and quite a lot of style. A fantastic game 2 from Citadel. Great stuff from them. They looked excellent in this one. Wow, I did not expect that kind of blowout. I liked Citadel's draft, but I didn't expect that. That was incredible stuff. Yippee indeed. Yippee indeed. Here, can you guys see the post-game recap? Bradley, 25,000 damage. Instinct had 13 kills to 22,000 damage. It was just a rough game for friendly fellas. That was dominant. That was exceptionally good from Citadel. I mean, that's how you draw it up, like genuinely. That's how you draw it up. Whew. All right. Well, once again, I'm quickly going to take a small break, water, to grab some stuff. I might reset the OBS. I don't know if that'll crash the stream. I might do that. I might not. We'll see. We'll see. If I have to reset OBS in order to fix the graphics, I will. If you guys don't think it matters all that much, then I won't. Just type in chat, and I'll read it in like 1 minute, whether you guys think it matters enough for me to potentially stop the stream. But I'll be right back. I'm going to grab water, and I will see y'all soon. All right, we're back. We are good. I decided not to reset the stream. And I hope you all don't hate me for it. As everyone exits. Crazy game 1. Crazy game 2. I'm ready for a crazy game 3. This is winner take all. Winner of this goes to, like, stays in upper bracket. All right, what'd you guys think? Give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts on game 2. Citadel just wiped the floor with them, quite frankly. Yeah, I think Citadel looked awesome in game 2. And I'll be honest, I think it was because of the draft. I'm not saying it was just because of the draft, but I think what Citadel has done really well so far today, and like the reason they've been so successful, I think is because their mid games have just been tremendously good. They're really good at being able to capitalize on mid game advantages, and I think if you draft something that is like relatively okay in that phase, as long as you can have something that doesn't just completely get outscaled later on, I think it's gonna be fine. Oatmeal, what did you just say? I'm so confused. I'm so confused, man. No. All right. Yeah. All right. I got it. What is this? I'm gonna spend the next 2 seconds. If Citadel win game 3, do they play Meech's team? Let me check. Let me check the bracket. They play the winner of Flippers and YBN1, which I believe is Meech's team, right? Yeah. Yeah, so likely they would, yes. Unless Flippers win that. But likely speaking, as someone who's not watching the games, whoever wins this plays YBN1, which is Lunacia, NXI, Triple, Meech, and Clarice. So, I would imagine that they're going to win that series. I would be very surprised if they didn't. Meech, best player in the whole tournament, unless you're blanking on someone. I think it's perspective. I think Dantes. No, I think there are so many good players in this tournament that it's hard, right? There are like multiple time very successful NACL players in this tournament. Like I think Bradley was like a borderline LCS player for a long time. Armeo has been an LCS player. Instinct and Philip went to the finals of the Americas tournament last year. Like Trevor has been like super successful basically everywhere he's gone. Shochi is in this tournament. Aaron and Darkwings are in this tournament. Like Meech is a very good player, but like there are a lot of good players in this tournament. Not trying to slander Meech. I'm trying to hype up everybody else. I think this is just a really, really good tournament. I didn't even mention like Double F. Spica is in this tournament. Like Spica is an LCS MVP. You know what I mean? There are so many good players in this tournament. But here, I can move this over. Exclude Double Lift's team. That is a weird team to even think about. Yeah, it is a weird team to conceptualize. We can look at the bracket here. You guys should be able to see it. Bracket's interesting, right? So, winner of Friendly Fellas, or winner of this series probably takes on YBN1. I would be a bit more surprised if it was Flippers. Obviously, that would be a pretty big upset. I don't know what's going on in that game, so. And then, we don't have any results yet, so. We do. Apex Mission Impossible is moving forward. Not shocking there. I think that's it. Nope. Ducky Getters also beat Calamity. Okay. But yeah, there are a lot of good teams in this tournament. I certainly don't want to... I think they're doing draft, by the way, but I've not been provided a spectator link, so I will not be covering draft in this one. We will see it alongside everybody else in the client. And don't we all love surprises? Don't we all love surprises? I'm really interested to see who wins between Wardens and UCI. I think that's a really interesting one. But this is probably... I don't know. I got pretty lucky. I get to co-stream for Citadel, and this is probably the best second round series, I would say. Gravity and Fisher is good too. All right, we got a GLHF. Still gonna be keeping you busy? I hope so. I hope that means there's a lot of good games happening. That's a question for Maddie Socials or Jordan in chat. Keeping me busy. I'm just telling you guys now, I do not know how to do players' taxes. That will not be part of my duties. Should be getting in really shortly, though. Just looked at the OQ rosters. This tourney is stacked. Indeed it is. This tourney's crazy good. Like, there are so many good players at this tournament. It's actually a bit crazy. We can look at the rosters here. Have them up on the screen. Like, these rosters are crazy. This tournament's so good. If you guys had to pick a like a team that you don't think is being talked about enough, who are you picking? I think there's a lot of good options here. I think there's a lot. That Respawn team looks really fun. I think Respawn is very good. I would expect that team to be very good. I think if they are not very good, I would be surprised. Chad and Chochi are proven players. And I think Sushi is, like, very talented. Mixture and Lawrence, I think, are also good. Lawrence is a good player. I know less about Mixture, but they're good players. All right, we're in draft. Let's shift over here. We are in draft. Looks like they have already drafted. Where do I find this spreadsheet? It's Quest Hodgson's roster spreadsheet. I'll see if someone can link it in chat. I'm gonna cover draft really quick, and then we'll go from there. But all right, Garen, Varus, Callista, Mbessa, Azir, Victor, Jace first pick. So Jace has been an interesting champion. I've talked about him a lot on the channel. Obviously, it's gonna be the Zac for Moose Hater. You always know it's gonna be something with Moose Hater. Zac Maokai is very, very difficult to deal with, but Jace is a funny champion because you would think he would be dominating the meta. I think he's crazy strong, and I think he does a ton of damage, and he's good in so many matchups, and like his win rate stats are just not good. That's Ivern and Silas. Wow. That's interesting. I like that. Oatmeal, they did draft on pre-client. They pre-client drafted. This is just them inputting it into game. It's like a fearless website that allows them to keep track. Ziggs mid is also intriguing. I like Ziggs mid. I think Ziggs mid is underplayed because I think Ziggs bot is really good too. But it was Cassante ban. Do we have another ban? Are we dodging? It was a none? Okay. Philip DC. They did not want Bradley to have Aurelion Soul today. That I agree with. That I agree with entirely. And the Fiora. Yeah, they just wanted to, I assume that was another like aggressive top lane matchup that they banned. So Zeri Leona to wrap things up, and then the Blitzcrank Draven. I see. So obviously there is a stylistic difference between these two drafts. I think we can pretty safely say, yeah, Ivern Zeri is a little bit different than the Zach Maokai Blitzcrank. There is definitely like a clear dichotomy between these two drafts that I think actually makes it really intriguing. I don't think either team like scales. You're not really looking at the late game for either of these. Like obviously Zeri is like elite in the late game, but I don't think anyone else on Citadel is particularly strong in the late game. Citadel is blue side as well. I'm sure you guys can see that in the names, but like this should be a top side gap early on. Once again, Moose Hater definitely knows this matchup better than I do, but I don't know what I don't know how like Zach is supposed to survive into Jace. Like that should be a dominating lane for the Jace. It's gonna be Leona versus Blitz because dude, yeah, true. Aggressive supports galore. Draven Blitz is crazy. And like a do or die game number 3, that's insane. I love that. I think that that's crazy from the friendly fellas. From the fellas, if you will. But Instinct on Zeri. I believe in that. I love Ivern. People don't play this champ because he's boring. That champ's crazy good. Yeah, lot of bot action. I think if Zeri can survive, it's gonna be good. I would lane swap here like 100% of the time. I don't know though, because Jace really punishes Zach. I think it's really up to what you want to do. But like the amount of engage that friendly fellas has, like Zach Maokai Blitzcrank, like yikes. That is like perma watching out for 5v5s. It would be very funny if Zeri wins lane. I don't think it's like out of the realm of possibility for like Leona to be more relevant than Draven, you know? Like, I don't think that that's impossible. I don't think it's gonna happen. I would be shocked if it happened. But especially because I do think the rest of the map is in favor early on of Citadel. I think Jason to Zach feels like a matchup where Zach's just gonna sit under tower and hope to scale. And Silas is really good into both Ziggs and Maokai. Like, you can't really punish Silas in this draft. I think Silas is like an Omega good pick. Yeah, I think Citadel is probably going to be controlling pacing early, and I think their mid game is better. I think that their skirmishing is better. I mean, unless Draven gets super ahead, right? But I think specifically, like, Jason Silas. Like, they make it hard to skirmish if you can break through the front line. Like, if Zach's not there, this team's actually pretty easy to kill. So generally, I would lean in favor of Citadel with this draft. Do we have any disagreements? Do we have anybody who wants to like really go to bat for friendly in this draft? For the fellas, if you will. All right, we're getting in. But keep typing if you're interested. Jace. Indeed. Shout out Jace. Alright, should be seeable. I'm a Draven hater unless you are just way better than everybody else. I think Draven's more of a team champ than anything else. I keep leaving the lo-fi on. That's on me, guys. I gotta remember to turn this lo-fi off every time. All right. Game number 3. Citadel Gaming, friendly fellas. We got some pings coming out early on the bottom side of the map. We are definitely looking at some action early on. We've already seen some level 1s between both of these teams. I'm interested to see what happens here. That's so funny. So Citadel is camping the bush that they themselves got tricked into walking into at level 1 against Oakland earlier on in the day. Learn from your mistakes, it would seem. The Blitzcrank hook going to go over the wall, not going to land. They were looking at Tribush, not going to be there. And it is just going to be the disengage from the friendly fellas. Does not look like they're going to catch anybody overextending early on here. Do we have music in this game?
Minions have spawned.
I've had the music muted. How come no one told me I had the music muted? I guess no one probably cared. I just kind of was sitting there and I'm like, man, there's like nothing coming out of this game sound, huh? All right. Do we like the Noxus music? I don't think I've ever paid that much attention to it, to be honest. I think I have music muted, like just inherently. All right. No level 1 shenanigans. It is going to be a lane swap for Citadel. They are going to be sending the Zeri and the Leona topside. This makes the most sense. I suggested this early on. I think the only concern with this is that you're kind of getting rid of a lot of Jace prio. But if Jace is going to be around for more dragon fights, that actually could be a positive. And you're assuming that Jace is going to do better in the lane swap than Zach will. Which is probably correct. Unless something goes horribly wrong. Bradley not going to land the chains. Instinct level 2. As for early game things to watch out for, again, I think you just have to get the Draven going if you're friendly fellas. Like, this comp is very difficult to deal with, but only if Draven can do damage. Because, like, yes, Zac and Maokai and Blitzcrank, like, it's so much engage, it's so much lockdown, it's very difficult to break through in the back half of the game, and that's kind of what you're relying on, but if you don't have anyone to follow up on that, it's not good. Like, Ziggs can't be your primary carry this game. I think you have to get Draven ahead, or it's kind of GG's. So we'll see. If Zeri's going even with Draven, I find that to be problematic for friendly fellas. I think that's going to be a problem for them. All right, we got a 3-man bot. It's going to be a flash coming in from Trevor. It's going to lock down Tyson. He's going to get knocked back, and that is going to be a dead Blitzcrank. First Blood is going to be going over to the side of Citadel. Unfortunately, it does go over to Trevor. Not what you were looking for, but he burned the flash. He used the summoner. Let him get the kill. First Blood over to Citadel. Another game, back-to-back games here, where they get First Blood. They are 100% win rate today when they get First Blood. This is only the second time they've done it, but Bradley with a nice trade here is going to potentially be capitalized on by Wiggly. Oh, it's going to be a great stun by the Ziggs, and he's going to knock Bradley back. And Bradley, though, with the flash takedown, and he's going to survive. He's going to walk out. An absolutely unbelievable play for Bradley. He gets in, he gets out. Absolutely gorgeous. He lives. Wow. Oh, man, that was crazy. Dunn had no clue. Wow. That's insane. What a play from Bradley, understanding the limits of that champion perfectly. Wow. That was awesome. That's huge for Citadel. To be able to pick up that kill, to be able to avoid giving that kill over to either the Ziggs or the Maokai, and they're going to go once again onto Dun. He's going to get locked up here by the chains. Armeo is here, and that's the Feats of Warfare. That's another kill going over to Bradley. And this game is starting fast for Citadel. Again, they're carrying over so much of that momentum, so many of the things they did so well in game number 2 here to game number 3. They were upset by that game number 1 loss. They needed to rebound, and boy, are they rebounding. Wow, what a start for Citadel. Getting that kill on the bot side in the 3-man play. The mega outplay in the mid lane for Bradley, who's looked like an absolute monster today. And then another fantastic gank coming in from Armeo. Just great stuff, and now you've got a Jace, you know, back into his regular matchup against a Zac that he can take full advantage of. This is a matchup that's going to be very in favor of Philip. Going to have a ton of damage. The Zac's not really going to be able to answer that. We can see that in terms of the way that this lane has ended up breaking down. But Bradley is going to be a bit of an issue in this game. Wow. Chains are once again going to land, and it's another fantastic combo. Though some damage coming out from the Ziggs. We can't underestimate the Ziggs damage. The guy can still cook. Yeah, Bradley's a menace. Bradley was awesome there. Got some pings coming to the top side. Zac is going to hit level 6 first. That certainly makes this exchange more interesting. We could see a commitment here. I would doubt it from Philip. He is going to disengage it. Hey, Nicola, how are you? Bradley getting a little low. You would expect that in this matchup, but Drag is going to go over to the side of Friendly Fellas. Just a lot more attention put on the top side. I imagine Void Grubs is going to be a very desired objective this game for Citadel. But Bradley, once again, just coming out. I appreciate you tuning in, Nicola. Thank you. All right, we got lane states equalizing out of it here. Again, if the Draven's not getting ahead, that's going to be a big problem. You had that lane swap early, but a lot of these kills going to the mid lane, Sylas kind of getting out of control. You really do need that Draven damage in order for this comp to be as effective as you need it to be if you're Friendly Fellas. And right now, it's just not happening in that same way. Going to be looking here at the Grubs. Zac definitely going to be showing prio. Philip trying to chase him down, understands that Jace just has so much power in this phase of the game. Armeo making his way up as well. And that should be a free Grubs take. Shouldn't have to think about that one too much. It's going to be a 3 grub start here for Citadel. Marking quite a few plates on the bot side. Instincted Trevor perhaps being a little bit aggressive. It's a nice dodge of the Blitzcrank hook, but Zeri is by herself. She is going to hit level 6, but the knockup's going to come out. A great flash to dodge the Draven ultimate, and they're under tower. Zeri is going to die. They are going to be able to pick up Trevor, and it looks like a brilliant dive here for Friendly Fellas. It was looking a little bit up and down at the start of that play, but they do end up making it work, and that is a cash out for Draven. Bit of a small one, but definitely still a cash out. That's what matters in the end. Getting that Draven rolling is gigantic. Almost really well played there by the bot lane of Citadel, but just not enough. Good stuff, I would say, overall from them, though. We've definitely seen bot lanes play that worse, and overall, you still are looking at a gold lead for Friendly Fellas in this one. Mostly through the Draven. The Zac also does have a gold lead on the top side, or I would believe it's relatively neutral. We got Wiggly walking up here. Armeo looking to be aggressive around these Raptors. Oh, and Wiggly actually gets caught. The Daisy knockup is going to do a ton of damage. Dun in the mid lane is going to look to play aggressive. He bounces himself over the wall. He looks for Armeo, but the flash is going to come out. Bradley is by himself now in the mid lane. Knockup through Daisy is going to come through. I don't think there's going to be enough follow-up. He has the Maokai ultimate if they do want to turn this, but they are not. They are not going to go for it. Some summoners burn. Armeo has to burn flash in that exchange. I think Dun does a good job on the Ziggs to be able to get over that wall. Also, for those of you who are tuning in that maybe weren't here for the first couple of games, I will be referring to some of their players by their handles and not exactly by the names you see in game. The Zac in this game is Moose Hater. The Maokai in this game is Wiggly. The Ziggs in this game is Dun. And the Draven in this game is Wixie. All very familiar players at this level, but they're playing on their solo queue accounts. And Bradley is Bradley. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Bradley Glazer, based. Based and true. All right. Well, things are equalizing. Again, we're slowing down a bit. Every single time I say that, things have picked up today. So I think I've been like mentally conditioned to be like, oh, things are slowing down. Where's the action? What's going on? Looking at jungle pathing, they could be looking for Sylas here. We do have a trade on the top side. Philip is going to get the better end of this, as you would expect. A great dodge there from him. But he's gotten the better end of a lot of these trades early on. It's just very difficult to deal with Jace in this context if you're a tank. Bradley is going to continue to have the shove. And you know what? It's yet another game where Bradley is up 20 CS. It's been basically 100% success rate in terms of the CS dominance that Bradley has had throughout today. I mean, just incredible stuff. Philip is going to do a ton of damage here to the Zac. Zac is going to full engage. He's going to pop the ultimate here. Is Philip going to be able to try and fight this out? He actually does miss the shock blast, so that will be no further engage coming in from him. Good disengage coming in from Moose Hater. Well played. And Moose Hater will have Prio on the top side now. Which League of Legends champion would you trust to handle the current geopolitical climate in Europe right now? Probably Shaco. Anyways. Yeah. Gold is exactly even in this game. We are like legitimately looking at 18.3 to 18.3. Okay. We are in a really even spot. It really is a lot of gold on Sylas versus a lot of gold on Draven. Now that's exactly where the friends probably want this. The friendly fellas probably want this. So we'll see if the Zeri can get enabled though. Again, a lot of the gold right now is on Sylas. The longer this game goes, the more Zeri becomes important. I don't think she's the only important champion. I don't think their team fight is exceptionally good, but I do think that Zeri is relevant towards this. Trevor not going to be able to land the engage there onto the Leona. Armeo is going to pull out Daisy. They could be looking for a dive onto the Zac. I do believe he still has passive up, though. And Zac is going to pop the ultimate here. The dive's going to come in from Trevor. The ult's going to come out from Instinct. They are going to pop the passive, and they're going to have Daisy tank this up, but they should have enough damage to be able to break through this. Instinct's going to take a tower shot, though, and the Ziggs ult's going to come out. He's going to survive this. Drag's going to be taken on the bot side of the map here by Wiggly, and all of that just for Zac passive. He's actually going to survive that engage. That is a disaster, and a beautiful Blitzcrank hook is going to come in onto Bradley. He's not going to be able to survive this one. The ult coming out. Tyson picking up that kill, and now Instinct is low health. Are they going to continue to go onto the Zac? They are. Trevor's going to land the engage. He doesn't have the stun. Do they have enough damage to kill the Zac? They don't. He's going to live in that exchange, and we are seeing everything happen at once. Brilliant plays across the map for the friendly fellas, and they have completely equalized, if not taken a gigantic lead in this game. Pretty fantastic stuff from them. That was a great play to roam mid from Tyson. He's looked really good throughout this series and committing so many resources to taking down Moose Hater on the top side and having that fail. That's going to really come back to bite them. Now Void Grubs are up, and they are being taken. Sylas is going to TP in. The Blitzcrank hook is going to come out, but it's only going to land on the Leona. Armeo is in the middle of everything. He is going to try to do as much as he can, but with no Daisy, it's going to be basically impossible for him to be relevant. Moose Hater jumps in to execute Trevor with the bounce. Bradley's going to try to turn things around, but Instinct has only just arrived to the fight. There is damage on the side of Citadel, but I don't know if it will be enough. They are going to back out. Friendly fellas are going to back out after what was a really great fight for them, but a game that looked like it was in Citadel's hands. It has completely kind of moved away from that. Now, I do think there are some interesting things to talk about when it comes to the game state. The only thing that really matters for friendly fellas, like the gold lead is great. It's nice to have gold on Zac and Maokai. You gotta have gold on Draven. If you don't have gold on Draven in this comp, it's gonna be very difficult to win fights in the late game because you don't really have anybody else that can win those fights for you. You have plenty of ways to keep them safe. You have plenty of ways to engage if you need to, but it's all really gonna come down to whether or not Wixie can be a big part of this game. And right now, I'm still a little bit more up in the air. He does have the Bloodthirster completed. That's going to keep him a lot safer. Ziggs ultimate going to come out to try and clear the wave. It's not going to be entirely successful. Bradley will get that first turret on the top side, but Still a lot to play for in this game. We're looking at a 1k gold lead for the friendly fellas. And as a reminder, this is game 3. This is winner take all. The winner of this game will be moving on to winners round 3. The loser of this game goes down into loser's bracket. A lot on the line. That final Void Grub is going to be picked up here by Armeo. That's going to be 4-2 in favor of Citadel for the Void Grubs. They're going to be pretty happy with that trade, but nobody getting the 5 Void Grub passive. Still going to do a bit of damage here to the Zac. But again, I think a lot of this just ends up coming down to whether or not that Draven can take over in a lot of these fights. There are more damage tools coming in from the side of Citadel, but you never really know what will happen. Wixie is a very talented player, and at any given time, he can definitely take over this game. We see some pings, some collapsing. Does look like we do want to see a contest here. Potentially a collapse. Hang on to the top side. Bradley will be covering. 5-man min here for the fellas. Interested to see where exactly they go with this. Just looking to establish Prio. We still have quite a bit of time on Drake. Minute 50 until Drake spawns, so that's not going to be the objective we're looking for at the current moment. Just clean up crew here for Instinct, grabbing that CS wave. But I do think that Silas is in a great spot. As much as I would wish that the Zeri was in a better position, I think Zeri has plenty of opportunities in the back half of this game to, you know, get some kills, get a little bit fed. I think if Silas goes into the mid game very strong, you're looking at a much more manageable situation. We're sitting at about 15 minutes, and yes, again, that gold lead is sitting at about 600. Like, that's almost nothing, especially because a lot of that gold isn't on the Draven. Now, the gold lead is a little bit there, mostly because of the CS lead that he has accumulated. Of course, the kill and the assist are definitely working in that way, and he's got the cash out gold from that first kill. But he needs to be a lot stronger than this if he wants to solo carry the game, like I think he kind of needs to, so we'll see. It's all going to be about resource management from this point onwards. The most fun topic in League of Legends. Game pace has definitely slowed down. I think there aren't nearly as many objectives to take around the 15-minute mark as long as Dragon's not spawning. Therefore, people are definitely a little bit more risk-averse, we'll just say, in terms of going out there. Dragon will be up in 30, though. That is definitely going to be a priority for both of these teams. Not only do the fellas already have 2 Drakes to their name, and obviously Ocean Soul is going to be a pretty big prize for them if they can get there, but obviously Citadel also wants to stop them from being able to get there. Now, the Maokai will not be level 11 for this fight. I do think that is something that matters a little bit. The only people who have that level 11 power spike in the game are Bradley, Philip, and Moosehater. Oh, as well as Dun in the mid lane. Dragon is up. We see the push in mid lane. The attempt to collapse down. This is going to be a fight. Almost certainly. All 5 members are here. Philip's going to get brought in. Some damage put out. Both sides are scared to make the first move. We got the knockup from Daisy coming in. See you later, Oatmeal. Okay, the stolen Maokai ultimate's coming in, and we have a full engage from Trevor. He's going to lock down the Draven on the backside with the ultimate, but do they have enough damage to be able to break through? Right now, the answer to that is no. The Blitzcrank hook is going to land onto Instinct. It's a double kill going over to Tyson. A brilliant fight coming out from the Blitzcrank. A picture-perfect hook to land exactly on the priority target. There just was not enough damage to be able to get through that front line, and even with the lockup of the Draven on the backside, there was plenty on the side of the friendly fellas. Bradley is in this pit. He is going to be looking for something here. This is getting dangerously low. This is a 3v1. Not going to be able to get anything, though. Is blasted over the pit wall. Whew, and that's going to be the end of that fight. That is gigantic for the friendly fellas to be able to pick that up. That Blitzcrank, Tyson looked incredible in that fight. Wow. Oh, I was taking a sip of my water, and all of a sudden Moosehater's overextended, and Bradley's going to be able to pick up a win here. Pick up a free kill, essentially, on the bot side. That's pretty big for being able to keep him in the game from a gold perspective when you're looking where the gold allocation is. Again, if you're Citadel, I hate to continue to give them outs, but a lot of the gold on the other side is not exactly in the perfect place. Like, yes, you have gold onto the Draven, you got the cash out on him, he's sitting on BT, you know, he's sitting in a good position, but Bradley has a ton of gold on this Silas in the mid lane, and that could be a big problem if you find more of these fights where the Draven is locked up. I think the longer this game goes, it's nice and all for the Blitzcrank to have gold, but you would definitely much rather have that on the Draven at this point. You would have loved to cash out in that fight, and you just didn't get it. Bradley is going to be a menace. Bradley has a lot of gold? Yes, I completely agree. Bradley is in a very strong spot here, as he has been in most points today. Gold is basically even. That kill on the Moose Hater basically pulled everything back, although we are on Soul Point already. We're going to be sitting at Soul at 22 minutes, and that's definitely going to be something that both teams are going to want to contest over. There won't even be a Baron spawn by then. Dragon Soul is going to be a big deal for both of these teams. Armeo is going to be starting that Rift Herald. Looks like he's going to be able to take it pretty uncontested. Not really a lot of contention in that front. The Silas is going to go match the Zac on the bot side. Not sure I love that. Would love to see him in a situation where he can start to express some of his mid-game excellence. Bradley's very good in the mid-game, and I think obviously having him answer is not ideal. Citadel mid-jungle have been incredible today. Completely agree. Armeo and Bradley have been exceptional. I think Instinct has fought really well. Trevor's had some fantastic engages. Philip was incredible, specifically in the Oakland series. I think there's been a lot to like out of Citadel's gameplay. I just think the friendly fellas are very good. Like, I'm not like using this time to say that, oh, maybe Citadel's not as good as we thought. I think the friendly fellas are just really impressing me. There are a lot of really good plays being made. I think specifically Tyson has been really great in this series. He's looked very good in that support position. Bradley looking to try and take advantage of the Zac here. Not really a lot to do here, though. You're never really going to be able to punish the Zac fully. Looks like there might be a collapse coming bot side, but Ivern there to dissuade it. Still 2 minutes until Dragon Soul. Ocean Soul is, of course, a gigantic priority for friendly fellas. There's really just not a lot of reason to believe that they should be going after anything else. Philip going to engage onto Dun. Not going to get a lot, but he is going to get the flash, which is something here. Ziggs does like having flash up for a lot of these important fights, although the Ziggs might not be as relevant in this game. Dun has done an okay job of being able to survive in that lane. Rude yoink on Daisy, true. Draven has 350 stacks of Adoration at the current moment. It has been quite a while since he's cashed out. A kill here would be monumental for either reason, in either direction. It would be ginormous. Likely that is going to determine the game. If Draven can get the cash out before he ends up dying. Ooh, the Solar Flare is going to miss onto Tyson. They were looking. They were definitely looking there, and they just can't quite land it. Like I was saying, I think that cash out is really going to determine this game. If Wixie can get that cash out, that's going to be huge. If he doesn't get that cash out, regardless of the gold state of this game, I think the friendly fellas are going to be in a little bit of a rough spot. So very, very important for him to be able to get that cash out. I'm going to grab some water. Man, this solo casting thing is hard. There's a lot of moments in the game. I'm just kidding. We've had 5 really good games today. Games 1 of both of the series today. Game 1 against Oakland and Game 1 here against the fellas. They were bangers back and forth. Never really knew who was going to be able to complete it in the end. Game 2 of this series was an absolute domination by Citadel. And they looked very good in Game 2 against Oakland as well. So You'll color commentary. Nah, I think I got this one. We do have Dragon started up. This is Soul. Like, you have to contest over this. We're getting lower and lower. These big ultimates are going to come out. Redemption is dropping early on in this fight to assist Armeo. The hook is going to land onto the Ivern. All of the ults are going to be popped at the same time. Bradley is on the back line, though, and Tyson is getting blown up. The shutdown is going to go to the Zeri, although the Ziggs is going to be able to pick up Bradley on the back. He wasn't able to do enough to be able to pull out the entire fight. Zac is going to get his passive procced, but they are still on the Dragon. It is so imperative that they get into that pit. Armeo is alive. We're down to 1,900. It's dropped to 800. The red team is going to slay it. The fellas are going to get Ocean Soul. Philip has to flash out of the fight. Maokai is going to pick up the Ivern, and it's another big fight win overall, I would say, for the friendly fellas, although this one is significantly closer. You lose 3 members for 3 members. It is a 3-for-3. You're looking at Soul, which is gigantic for the fellas, but yet somehow in all of that chaos, Draven neither died nor picked up the cash out in that fight. We still have so much to play for in this game. Instinct gonna look here, but nothing to find. Teleport is gonna be coming out towards the middle of the map here from the Silas. I think he was hoping to see Wixie overextended. He's not going to see that here. The Blitzcrank will still be there. What a game. Equal gold lead at 24 minutes. This has been a banger of a series. Back and forth. Game 1 was so fun. Game 2 was very interesting to watch Citadel crush them. And here we are, the official Citadel co-stream, watching Citadel in a very intense game number 3. If you stuck around the whole day, I really appreciate it. But this has been an absolute joy to cast. Otacon has spawned on the top side, and it will be immediately jumped upon here by Citadel. They're going to start bursting it down. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it before the fellas get here, though. This looks like it's going to be yet another exchange. The Blitzcrank is walking up. You see Baron spawning. Down to 5k health. Zigzolt is going to come out. Not going to land. Draven also not going to land, but the Solar Flare is going to land on top of the Draven. Wixie is getting blasted on the back line, but is he going to be able to have enough damage to break through somebody? The shutdown's going to come in. The Draven is not going to cash out. Instinct going to pick up the kill onto Tyson. The fight continues to go. Oh my goodness, Dun is doing so much damage on the Ziggs. And he does pop all of the GAs, but that's what Otacon is for. We see the Guardian Angels come in incredibly clutch, and throughout all of that, the one thing that is the most important is Wixie not getting the cash out. Yes, you can look at a fight where all 5 members died and blew their Guardian Angels, but it's Gamer Girl? I gotta say, Gamer Girl? Sheesh! Thank you, Cubby. I appreciate it. Gamer Girl looking excellent on the Ziggs in that fight. I mean, truly taking over. Sorry, I was looking at the quest sheet. My bad. I'm hyped from that fight, though. Sister or cousin and a cat OTP. Gotcha. Perfect. No, I appreciate you letting me know. Baron is started here by Citadel. And again, this is a really important position for them. Down to 5k gold. The redemption's going to be dropped. We see the engage going in. Trevor's going to get knocked up. He's going to get pulled forward. He doesn't really have any way to stay in this fight. We see the Maokai in the pit. This is a smite fight, and it's going to be won by Armeo. Trevor's going to go down, and we actually are going to see the fellas win the fight. The Baron is going to go the way of Citadel, but for what cost? Instinct going to jump over the wall, try to get out of here, but it does look like Gamer Girl's going to chase it down. Moose Hater now onto Armeo. These two are stuck between a rock and a hard place. It is going to be both of them falling on the top side. A shutdown going over to Wiggly, and Baron for Ace is not a good trade for Citadel. This game just continues to go back and forth and back and forth. Massive stuff from both of these teams. Oh, I gotta get water, man. The action never stops. It never stops. Bradley looking to hold the line. Doesn't really seem like they're going to be able to push too much on the top side here, but they should get mid lane tier 2 for free. Trevor roaming. Bradley looking for an angle, but it's going to be shut down here by Wiggly. This is a massive, massive turn of events. We are in the midst of a potential upset here with Citadel down 2k gold at 27 minutes against the Friendly Fellas in game number 3. Tied at 1 apiece. BBQ Blitzcrank, yes, indeed. Wixie is having himself a very good series, but this team in general has been performing incredibly well. Tyson has had a fantastic series overall. I think he's played really excellent. Lots still to play for, though. Again, I have to reiterate, like, the ease of execution, I would say, for Friendly Fellas has become easier. Now that Draven has so much gold, you're looking at, you know, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper. You have plenty of ways to be able to break through that front line, but you get onto that Draven, the damage starts to run a little bit dry. How much water I need? A lot. I'm talking a lot, man. It's always good to stay hydrated. Hydration check for everybody out there. Still, again, as much as we've talked about the Friendly Fellas looking very good so far in this game is not over by any stretch of the imagination. We are not in a spot where I think that they are doomed or in a bad situation. There is a lot still to play for. I'm gonna drown. All right. If I drown from being a responsible adult who drinks water, then I'll drown. Bradley gonna steal the Maokai ultimate. That's obviously the big one here. We're gonna be fighting over this dragon. We're already sitting at Elder Dragon. This is a 30-minute Elder fight. This is likely the game here for both of these teams. Philip looking to catch out Moose Hater early on in this fight. He's gonna knock him back into Instinct. Moose Hater is going to be able to disengage, but things are very dicey. The flash coming in from Philip. He's gonna pop the Zac passive. That is pretty massive for this fight. That is not a free engage coming in, but he does lose a lot of his health in the meantime. It's actually gonna be lower health than Zac in this exchange, and Zac does have the teleport up, so does Philip. We'll see if either of these two are able to get back to this fight. Teleport's gonna come in from the Zac. Philip is gonna be a little behind this. The dragon has spawned and it has been started up by Citadel. All 5 members of the Friendly Fellas are here. They are waiting on Philip to be able to get back. The teleport's gonna come in. It's gonna be very far behind though. We'll see if the Jace can get in time. Looks like they're gonna be able to stall it out just enough for Philip to be able to make his way back in. Down to 9,000 health. This is likely the game. No Zac passive. One big Blitzcrank hook could do everything. It's on to Trevor. They're going to focus the Leona. The Solar Flare is going to come out. It's going to land onto 2, and a ton of damage is dropping. Trevor's going to be the first one to fall in favor of Wixie, but Instinct is immediately going to answer. Support for support. Dragon is down to 2,000 health. Who is going to get it? It's going to be a smite fight. They're jumping in. Jace is going to fall. Zeri is going to fall. Ivern is going to fall. The Friendly Fellas, they take 4 in the fight. They take the Elder Dragon, and that will likely be the game in favor of Friendly Fellas. Unbelievable stuff. A back and forth fight. Bradley in range of execute. Trevor has left the game. That is gonna be your lot. Somehow, some way, against all odds, the Friendly Fellas have won this series and will be moving to round number 3. And for Citadel, it's time for a lower bracket miracle run. And I know quite a few of these players, quite a few of the coaching staff, they're very familiar with that, but it will be necessary. An absolutely crazy series for the Friendly Fellas. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's crazy. Let's go to draft here. Wow. Gamer Girl doing 27,000 on the Ziggs. A fantastic Ziggs performance. And overall, a very good series. Moose Hater was unstoppable and such a nuisance for most of this, but honestly, the player that I think is going to get undersold the most, I think Tyson really had a phenomenal series. Wiggly played great. Wixie played great. Awesome stuff. And for Citadel, obviously this sucks, but you're not out of the tournament. It's not over just yet. You still got a lot to play for. Still got a lot to play for. Wow. Did not expect that. Hey, lower bracket just means more games in order for you to get your confidence, yeah? I'm going to turn on the thing here. Thank you, Paramedic. I appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed today. Whew. That was a crazy one. That was a crazy one. GG's to everybody. Man, that was insane. All right, great series for everyone involved. That's probably going to be it for me today. Probably going to be it for the stream today. Cubby, Kangas, they're both live. Shochi is live. Yes, I appreciate the shout. Subscribe to K-Man on YouTube. All right. Let me check here. I'm looking for someone to raid. I'm looking for someone to raid. All right. I think we're going to be raiding Shochi. Here today. Everybody go say hi. I appreciate everybody. It was a fantastic stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. I hope you enjoyed the casting. It was a good, 5 hours? Appreciate everybody. We'll get them next time. I'm here for Citadel's entire run. We'll get them next time. I appreciate everybody. Go have fun on Shochi's stream. Have a good night. Let me see here. All right. See y'all later. Oh. I gotta get the right username. My bad. I'm out. I'm muting Mike. I'll see y'all in a sec.